Hello, and welcome to a very sunny Brands Hatch. We're delighted to have this great weather here. It's round one of the Caterham Motorsport season 2022. The first race this afternoon is the Avon Tyres 7 Championship UK, which is the fastest on our Caterham ladder. I'm Sam Parker, and I'll be joined by Chris Hutchinson in the commentary box. So over to you, Chris, to say hello.
Yes, a very good morning, everybody. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Sorry. Welcome to Brands Hatch and a start of a brand new Caterham Motorsport weekend and a season that we're really looking forward to here. We've got plenty of Caterham action out there today on track. We have 4 races, and we've got 4 of the Caterham Motorsport ladder here this weekend. We're only missing the Academy guys. They were at Kerber for their sprint a couple of weekends ago, and they will be joining us from the next round at Snetterton. However, we are here at Brands Hatch, and you can see that we've got bright, sunny weather. Okay, and let's head back down to Sam in the pit lane, please.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, hopefully we can have a quick chat with our top 3. So first of all, we've got Aaron Head, who's on pole position. Let's go and have a chat with Aaron. Aaron, are you okay for a quick chat?
Yeah, go for it.
Well, congratulations on pole position. Obviously, you're back in the championship from a couple of years away. Obviously, it's on slick tyres now, so compared to the last time you were driving these cars, how are you finding it?
Yeah, it's a big change. Much better. Yeah, much more grip on the tyres. Obviously, it's a completely different car to drive compared to when I was last in it. The championship seems to have changed with a few of the contenders as well. This is obviously the first race, so I'll see what they're like with the racecraft and everything, see how to work it in. We had to come back in 2019, and that was a bit hesitant in that year as well at the first race, so hopefully be a bit more aggressive in this one and keep the position that we start in.
So you were pleased with doing the Super Pole, because obviously you were, I think, 3rd or 4th before that, and then obviously Super Pole, you know, it meant you could get that 1 lap in, and that put you on pole.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we had P4, so it wasn't too bad. It meant that we started at the back of the 3 cars that got let out for Super Pole. We just had a real good chance without anyone catching us up to get the tyres warmed up and get out there and put the lap in.
Okay, brilliant. Well, congratulations and good luck for the race.
Yeah,
thanks, Aaron. Great, thank you very much. Right, we've got to head back to Chris now. Over to you, Chris.
Yeah, nice to hear from Aaron there. So a return to the 420R car, the Caterham 7 UK Championship car this year. He's been away for a short while, but he did some classic racing. But it's good to see him back on the grid and clearly lost none of his speed. He's twice champion in this level and multiple Caterham champion. So fantastic performance. Like Sam said, he was slightly lower down on the actual qualifying session proper, but then when we got to Super Pole, he managed to push his car onto that pole position, and that's where he will start this race. Certainly one of the pre-season unknowns, but nevertheless favourite. I've got another interview lined up with James Murphy down in the pit lane, so over to you, Sam.
Thank you, Chris. Right, I've got James Murphy here, our 2nd place driver. James, congratulations on 2nd place. How was qualifying this morning?
It was, first and foremost, it was just fun to be out. It's just a great day like this, back on the racing circuit. It was just really good to be out. Quali was interesting. It was wet to begin with in the main session. Got drier, so it was scratching around for a little bit, trying to find some grip. But it got really quick towards the end of the session. Really good fun. Super Pole was just about getting heat in the tyres, and yeah, just really pleased to get it on the front row. Yeah,
that's so. But Super Pole is quite tricky, isn't it? With just 1 lap. So if it's slightly damp or cold, obviously it's going to be a real test, for the skills of the driver to see who can get that pole position.
Yeah, it really is, and the same thing will be here. We'll see the first lap. Same thing will be here with we're trying to get heat in the tyres, and yeah, it's important to get a good start.
Great stuff. Well, good luck for the race, James.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now back to you, Chris.
Thank you. Yes, James, another front runner from last season. It was his inaugural year in the 7 UK car last year, and he is so back out, and I'm sure quietly has some title ambitions, and he's certainly one of the pre-season favourites coming in. He finished 4th in that championship last year, but he did manage to get a win under his belt and several podiums as well, and he was always up front and right in the mix with everybody else. And some of the other drivers that we've got there, Henry Heaton is another front runner that we're looking to see how well he can perform here today. Henry in the number 10 bright blue car, and he finished 2nd in the championship, a runner-up last year, and he's been at this level for about 4 seasons now, so he knows the ropes, he knows how to perform. We see Henry's car there on stream as we talk about him, and getting his everything last-minute checks in the assembly area, and his dad William there wishing him luck into that race. But Henry has been performing for many years. I started with Henry back in 2013 in the Caterham Academy, and we've had several good battles. He actually beat me to that championship, unfortunately by a single point. But he has certainly performed well at this high level in the Caterham ladder. And he, after runners up last position last year, he will certainly be looking to go one better. He's being run by the Oakmere group, and they are a new team into the paddock this year, one of the Caterham partnerships, and they Oakmere running Henry this year. Certainly to put I think he won out, let me just check back in the data. Yep, he actually won the initial qualifying session, if you like, before Superpole then pushed him back to 2nd, but he finished first in that opening qualifying session, 48.895, so absolutely rapid times for these 7 UK cars. They are slick shod. We heard from James that it was slightly damp when they first went out onto the track, but it's quickly dried out, and they were able to make full use of those slicks, and say a 48.895 in that opening qualifying session. That is quite some lap. If anyone's been out on track and done a lap round Brands Hatch Indy, you can see how rapid that is, and how intense that's going to be in this race. The 420, the 7 UK cars run 3 races over a race weekend, so all the other championships are going to be running 2 races this weekend, but they are running 3 at 20 minutes in length. So whereas the 270s and the 310s run 30-minute races, which is the sort of more traditional length of race, the 7 UK cars run 3 20-minute races. Such is the physicality of this car. It's they are thoroughbred racing beasts. And they have a 180 horsepower under their right foot. They have a sequential 6-speed Sadaf gearbox to get that power down onto the road, and they have fully sort of uprated suspension. These really are absolute dedicated race machines, and the car and the drivers that we've got in this championship are of that kind of calibre. So they're all heading or aiming for the title of British Caterham Champion. That is the honour of the winner of this season, but we've got a whole ton of racing to go in between now and the point we can get that. But Henry Heaton, certainly he's a past champion, like I say, at academy level. We've got James Murphy, a multiple Caterham champion. Lee Bristow taking a step up into the 420s this year. He's had a couple of seasons away, but he's got himself a nice orange 420R, and off he is going to head into this 7 UK Championship race weekend. And he put it into 3rd place initially when they in the initial qualifying, and in Superpole he ended up 4th. So just to explain how the qualifying session works, they have an opening 15-minute qualifying session where they all go around. It's sort of more traditional qualifying. They're all out on track and they set their fastest time that they can achieve. And then they have a follow-on one-shot lap for the top 6 of that qualifying session, and that they will the top 6 will then have 1 lap where they go out, they do a set the time, and then they come back into the pits. And that means that the top 6, even though if they were at the top of that initial qualifying session, doesn't necessarily mean that's where they're going to finish. And we did see some shuffling around, as we've already covered, and that one-shot qualifying saw Aaron Head on pole. We had James Murphy alongside in 2nd place, and then Henry Heaton, we've spoken to already, is in that 3rd place alongside Lee Bristow is in 4th place. Then we've got Timothy Dickens coming back. We've got a little bit of a hold up before we get released. You can see some cars going around the track. They're being led out, so we'll just wait for them to clear the track, and then we should be ready to go with this race. So yeah, still slightly ahead of our original timetable, but nevertheless we will be up and running as soon as we can. You can see that the safety car leading that car back around into the pits. Well, let me continue down that grid so we can introduce some other drivers. So Greg Monks is a guest driver this year, so he can't do every single round, but nevertheless he is here with us this weekend in the number 77 car. He raced for the first time last year, another Caterham champion in the 310R Championship. And then we've got Timothy Dickens rounding out that top five, on sixth place on the grid. You can see on screen here the marshals that are out on track today in the sunshine, and a fantastic job the marshals do as ever, and a massive thank you from all the drivers to the marshals. They really do enable us to go and do the thing that we love to do, which is go motorsport racing, and they volunteer to stand out in all kind of weather. So you can see it's still not warm down where they are, but they work tirelessly to allow us to do what we do. You can see them all heading out now onto the grid, so they're in all parts of the track, all managed and maintained by those marshals. So thank you very much. As we see the cars being released now from the assembly area, and they will be going on to get lined up into their grid positions. So as I said, Aaron Head is going to head off onto that pole position. So he's in a distinct dark car but with a pink roll cage, and then alongside him we've got James Murphy in the black car with the orange roll cage. So for those who want the colour check, this is your opportunity to start figuring out who these drivers are. So it's Aaron Head on the left of your screen, and then James Murphy on the right. Henry Heaton in the blue car is just lining up behind Aaron Head there, and then we've got Lee Bristow in the orange car on the right hand side. Next up is let's get my list out. Tim Dickens is lining up on row 3, so he is again a returnee to this championship. He's done a season or two before, and he has come back to try out this slick shod 420R. He got Greg Monks in the 6th place on the grid. Behind them we have Jake Swan. He is in the predominantly white car with a blue roll cage, and alongside him is a new driver to the championship, so Chris Moore. He has again past championships under his belt in Caterham Motorsport. He lines up there in that blue and purple machine. Behind him, Andy Lees is alongside Ian Sparshott. Then we have Mike Evans and Simon Griffith. Mark Farmer, a GT racer there on row 7 of the grid, with Gary Lapidus alongside him. And then we've got Dale Head, so that's Aaron Head's brother, as they get released onto the green flag lap. And then bringing out the rear of the field is Chris Kirby, who is a new driver in. So as we head out onto the green flag lap, you will see these drivers weaving their car left and right, and you see a little bit of a lock up there from I think that was it would be Dale Head at the back of the field there. There's not much of this track. There's only 1.3 miles to get all of the tyres warm and ready to go ahead of the race. So you can see this manic sort of weaving they're doing there. It's more important in these cars than any other Caterham you're going to see this weekend to get that heat into the tyres and into the brakes. You certainly want everything to be ready for you when you turn into that first turn, which around here at Paddock Hill Bend. Quite a daunting 80 mile an hour corner in these cars to head around, and we have nearly, getting on for 16 odd drivers all trying to get into there, and like I say, these guys all know their business very well, and will be looking to make as much progress as they can early on. See this great conditions out on track now, so a little bit slippy earlier on in that qualifying session, but nonetheless the conditions absolutely perfect now, with a bit of a cool breeze and a cool air out there. Actually will make the engines actually will be thankful for that, and we should see absolutely rapid racing. These cars, as we said before, they're capable of sub 50-second laps, and 48 bracket laps will happen in qualifying, but they're now needing to refine their grid spots after having been lined up the last time. It's another skill of a race driver to figure out where your grid spot is on the return to the grid. But here we go, we've got the front row in position, and the remainder of the cars lining up as well. We'll be looking for the green flag at the back of the grid once the final cars pull into place. And then we will have a 5-second board, we'll see the lights, and then we'll be underway for the 2022 motorsport season for Caterham Motorsport. See the green flag at the back of the grid, so we will be getting that 5-second board soon. So who is going to get the best run into turn 1? Is it going to be Aaron Head from pole, James Murphy from second? Aaron Head stalled on the line. Everyone's going to have to avoid that. That's really tight, but they have managed to get past him. But the pole position from Aaron Head has gone to pot as he's stalled his engine. He has got it underway though, so he will be able to get, he'll recover that. But James Murphy managed to therefore to take that from that second into the lead of the race currently. Henry Heaton is in second place alongside Bristow, who is doing in third place in his orange machine. Then comes Tim Dickens, and followed by that's Greg Monks, and then Chris Moore in that. Jake Swan bumping over the curbs on the inside there, and that gives a run to Andy Lees on the outside of him as they turn off into Surtees for the first time. So manic opening there, that would have been really uncomfortable for not only Aaron but the rest of the drivers. So he has now got it all to do from what was pole position. He's already made it past 2 cars at the back there, but currently out in the lead is James Murphy. We can see Henry Heaton in the number 10 blue machine there. 2 championship favourites already going at it in the first opening laps of this race meeting. James Murphy in the black and orange machine. Henry Heaton up the inside now into Druids. The outside line round Druids can work. At this early stage in this race, you won't see drivers pushing too much or making their position too strongly held. You'll see the bit of give and take just to get this race underway. But Henry Heaton there defending to the inside already, or feeling he needs to, as we see these 7 UK cars all go line astern as they head off round Surtees. It really is a relentless track, this one. There's no breath for the commentator or the drivers. They turn at such a rapid pace that one lap really does feed straight into the next. There's no long straight to relax and take stock of where you are. You have to get going straight away. We'll keep there monitoring where Aaron Head is. He looks like he's now up to 12th position. Tim Dickens looking up the inside of the Bristow, but not managing to make that stick. So 2 new drivers into this car this year, making a really excellent start to be up in those podium, or fighting for those podium playing slots. Greg Monks is behind them, and he is returning this season for another shot. Like I say, he can't do every round, I don't believe, and so he will be a guest driver, but he is here with us this weekend. 20-minute races, so there's got 3 of those this weekend. They have 1 race today, and then they'll have the following 2 races, as we see Lee Bristow in the orange machine towing up to the back of James Murphy. If you're new to Caterham racing, it's one thing you will get used to is how powerful the tow, the draft that the car following the car in front gets when they're going around the track. It can be up to sort of 5 mile an hour difference, maybe even 10 miles an hour in some race series at some tracks. That the speed difference of the person in following has over the person in front. So overtaking is generally quite a common affair in the Caterham Motorsport. Brands Hatch is actually one of the tracks though where it's slightly more difficult than in the other tracks. It's just so relentless that some of the best opportunities, or the ones that we're going to see more regularly, are up here after the main straight into Paddock Hill Bend, and then also into Druids if the Paddock Hill Bend doesn't work out for them. Having said that, Caterham drivers are Caterham drivers, and they will try and overtake at all sorts of different places wherever they can get away with it. Henry Heaton in this early stage, we've seen Tim Dickens again looking down the inside of Bristow, but Bristow absolutely kind of a late chop there to say no, not having that. This is my position. He is happy in that 3rd place and he wants to stay there. So Tim Dickens and Lee Bristow there having a battle, but this battling that's taking place is allowing Henry just to break out a small gap out in front. And that, if the battling continues, that can develop and move further forward. We watch the rest of the field moving on through. That's number 16, that's Gary Lapidus, so his first time in the car this year. I'm sure he's having a great time. It's an amazing car to drive. It takes a little while to get used to, and certainly the drivers here at the back will be figuring out how do they pedal this thing quickly round these circuits. more battling up here. So Tim Dickens now, from being attacking Bristow up in front of him, he's now having to defend from Monks and Moore. Monks and Moore have been sort of side by side with their racing careers. They've raced quite a lot through the lower ranks of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. We're still seeing that gap, aren't we, out in front from back to James Murphy. We'll keep an eye on the gap time. So at the moment it's only 0.7 of a second, but nevertheless, if James Murphy has to protect and defend, he might well find that gap quickly develops. And in fact, it is growing each lap time we go through. So this time through, we'll look at the timing screens, and yes, it's gone up another 1/10.5 to 0.8 of a second. So James Murphy will be fully aware of that fact, and he won't want that to develop any further. But this Bristow's actually got through, so we missed that move. He's coming straight back at him through into Druids. We've had 5 minutes of this race already. They're probably already dizzy already, but Bristow is now up into that second place. So where he was coming under attack from Tim Dickens, and he said, "Not on your life are you coming through," it's paid off for him, because he's now made the gap across to James and into that second place. Out front, Heaton now will have seen that there's been a change of place, and I'm guessing Murphy will now be thinking, can Bristow take us across that gap? Murphy tried for a number of laps. You can see he's got a loose left front mudguard there. That's going to actually be affecting his aerodynamics even more. Will be slowing him down slightly, so keep an eye out for that. Hopefully it will dislodge and end up in a safe place, because at the moment that won't be helping his straight line performance. Tim Dickens again having a little look up the inside of Druids as they head up there, but it's not yet able to push that move. I'm sure as the race and time ticks down, he'll be more keen to push that further forward and have a more of a stab at getting up the inside. Certainly with these slick tyres and this such a tight track, there's not a massive amount of braking opportunity to actually. Yeah, there's not much braking zone actually to make use of, so you have to get in the toe, you have to make a momentum-based call, and sometimes you have to plan sort of 3 corners ahead. You can see Greg Monks there absolutely stuck up behind Tim Dickens going down the inside of Paddock Hill. Tim Dickens, though, does carry the momentum around the outside. You can carry that speed even for a full outside move. We call it the high, wide and handsome line around Paddock Hill Bend, and yeah, we'll see that, I'm sure, during this weekend on different occasions. But Heaton still out front there in the number 10 machine. We've got Bristow in that second place. Tim Dickens is in 4th place behind James Murphy, and then we've got the Monks and Chris Moore there in the 92 machine, the purple and white machine. Jake Swan is a little bit further back than he might expect, so in fact, we can see that Aaron Head, so on that recovery drive through, so last time we saw him, he was in 12th place. Last time across, he was in 9th, and I think now he's gone up into that 8th position. So Aaron Head absolutely got the bit between his teeth after stalling from pole position, and he is right in this battle, and with still 12 minutes of this race to go, he has got enough time to catch up, but also to start making his way through. Whether he's got enough time, that's Gary Lapidus there. He's spun, I can't see what that is. I think it might be down at 30s at a guess, but we'll keep an eye out. We've got yellow flags, so it is a 30s, so Gary is going to be stuck there. So no overtaking, slow down, be prepared to stop is the waved yellow. You can see his car, he's just lost that on the brakes, maybe touched the grass on the way into Surtees, and then been a bit of a passenger as they head off around clearways and then out onto the straight. So gap back to Aaron Head given there's 3 seconds. So Aaron Head on the rear of Chris Moore there. He's so fully caught up with this lead group. Henry is still off the front of that a little bit, but this is still, they're within sight of Aaron as he pulls up there into Druids. Still got Gary sat in his car. It doesn't look like he can get that going again. So I'm wondering whether there's always a threat round Brands Hatch. Aaron Head goes up the inside of Chris Moore. Chris Moore drifted off wide there. I don't know if he was outbraked himself, but there's still that yellow flag there. So I wonder whether he outbraked himself on the way down to Graham Hill Bend, but nevertheless Aaron continues his recovery drive, and now we'll be into that 6th place that Chris Moore was in last time around. Absolutely on the edge of the track there. You can see the gravel getting thrown up a little bit by Aaron's car, so he's absolutely pushing to the limit with this car. Greg Monk's there pulling to the outside of Tim Dickens into Paddock Hill Bend. Tim Dickens, had a little bit of a wiggle on there, so he looked like he had it all under control, but I think he spooked himself with the outside of the track, and Aaron Head's going to have an opportunistic look up the inside. He does stick it down the inside up at Druids, and he's sort of squeezed him a little bit to make it impossible for him to repass, so he is it's like a hot knife through butter. He's absolutely on the rear of Greg Monks' car. There is that slight gap ahead of them. You can see the marshals recovering Gary's car from that position that he was in. But Aaron Head in that number 19, the black car with the orange roll cage, DPR Motorsport run car, following Greg Monks, looking to make more progress. He's right in the slipstream. You can see the car catch up as the wind is removed from his car. He's gone to the outside of Paddock Hill. We've said this can work, but at the moment Greg Monks was late enough on the brakes, so Aaron will be looking for that switchback, and he looks like he might have the overlap. He has, so that is the classic Caterham manoeuvre. So you head down the inside, if it doesn't come off, you try for the overlap and the slingshot up into Druids, and that's what he's done. So that moves him now into 4th place in this race. So he has dropped all the way down to the rear of the field, and he's made it all the way back to with 10 minutes of the race gone. That's incredible progress. Can he, with the time remaining, catch up to the slightly broken away now Bristow and Murphy battle, which is for that 2nd and 3rd? You can see them going slightly, absolutely nose to tail. Murphy right on the tail of Bristow in sort of 2 orange-based cars. And yeah, Henry Heaton is still disappearing off up the road, though. He has got over a second that gap. However, it's not developing like it was earlier in the race, so it could be that has now settled very slightly, and Bristow clearly has some pace out here. James Murphy looking at the inside of Druids. He did push the manoeuvre a little bit longer. He just led off the brakes. You can see that his front wing has dislodged and is not on his car anymore, so again that will be back to not affecting his straight line speed as they head off round Graham Hill Bend. Tricky old corner, Graham Hill Bend. It's all off camber. You're asking the car to do an awful lot of turning and going this downhill. You're braking and then trying to get back on the accelerator, so it's all while the tarmac sort of angled away from you. So it's a really tricky corner to carry that momentum. But Aaron Head has moved through this pack here and has sort of slingshot himself off of the front. You see now it's left to Monks and Dickens there in the 5th and 6th place battle. But everyone in that mid battle will be working out how do I make positions up, and how do I position my car correctly to move on through. A little bit behind that, so Swan Dixon, we have Annie Lees. We've got Dale Head up into 9th place, and we're looking at the Mike Evans car briefly there, and he's in 12th place as he heads around. So absolutely, he's new into this car. He's driven the 420 before, but not the 7 UK version of the car, so he's never had driven it with the slick tyres on it. See the Avon, custom Avon slick tyres these drivers all using in these dry conditions. They're allowed one set of new tyres every single race weekend, and then so at Brands Hatch they will have their race set of tyres, and they will need to use that for not only the qualifying this morning, but they'll also need to use it for the next 2 races that we've got coming up tomorrow. So with 7 minutes of this race to go, if drivers are going to make a move, they're going to start thinking about how do they do that now. Heaton is still trying to move away, but we've got Murphy now up into that 2nd place. You can see Aaron Head start playing the Jaws music for Bristow at the moment, because he is now catching up to that Bristow battle. We're just looking on camera at the Monks and Dickens battle. This is the sort of quick quartet of cars that have been battling pretty much race long. Jake Swan there in the white car at the rear, so he's come across to reach this battle. And Chris Moore now, as well as having to look ahead, he's going to have to start looking in his mirrors. Chris Moore, and then I think this is Henry into Druid. So absolutely, you can see he's dancing that car on the edge of adhesion and grip. They really do push these cars. In 20 minutes is not long to get settled in. You really do have to go straight away to get the best out of these cars. He's clearly got the heat into his tyres, and he's very comfortable and setting good lap times. He's in 49.7 was his last lap through, and 49.4 is his best, so he's also setting consistent lap times. Not quite down to the qualifying levels of 48 second bracket laps, but nevertheless extremely rapid around this Brands Hatch Indy circuit. So Chris Moore, lap ago, was having to look in his mirrors, wasn't he, at Jake Swan, but now he is able to again places concentration up front. It is closing up though for this lead battle, so where Henry looked like he maybe had that little bit under control in this slightly later stages of this race, we've now got Heaton slightly dropping back towards the clutches of Murphy. Murphy there in that second place in the black and orange machine, and Bristow absolutely up to speed with this car. His first year running this slick tyre, and a previous champion. In fact, all these lead drivers are all previous champions. There's lots of those in this field, so they know what they're doing. They know how to pedal the Caterham, and they know how to get the results. But Bristow, yeah, Caterham mechanic or Caterham technician, many years experience, started with me back in 2013 in the Academy, and has done all the steps of the ladder. Aaron Head pushing hard off into the Paddock Hill gravel. He's lucky to escape that. You can see how hard he's pushing, and the gravel has taken away one of his rear mudguards. All looks to be in order. Other than that, it would have been an extremely uncomfortable ride through the Paddock Hill gravel there. But yes, he is still pointing in the same direction. You can see how hard he must be pushing to just go off. And there's also a track limit sensor out there, which is another worry, in that that will have triggered one of his track limits warnings. I'm sure that he can only have several of those, or he can only have a couple of those before he starts getting warned and then starts receiving penalties. Track limits being very much a part of modern UK motorsport. But Jake Swan has come through, so for a couple of laps back when he was in that foot behind these other two cars, he has now come right through when it counts, and he's looking to the outside of Greg Monks into paddock. So it's all kicking off in these last 5 minutes, as you would expect from a Caterham race. Greg Monks defending that inside, but Jake Swan has an inside, but they get contact up into Druids. Jake Swan had an overlap, but Greg Monks pushed the issue, and unfortunately there's contact, and Jake Swan has been spun around onto the grass. They're lucky to get away with that, but Greg Monks looks like he's got some maybe damage and stuck in the gravel on the outside of paddock. So really, unfortunate issue there. There was one driver, an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object, it looked like, up into Druids. We'll let the stewards look at that one after the race, but out front with 3.5 minutes to go, we've got Henry Heaton. Yeah, we have got stricken cars, so there is a good chance there will be a safety car. It's hard to say with 3 minutes to go. They may even choose to throw the checkered flag early, but there will certainly be double waved yellows as those drivers are stuck and at the Druids at the top of the hill. But both cars look like they are now unable to progress in this race. So Henry Heaton sort of immune from all this, the battling going on behind him. He's been fairly clear out front for nearly all of this race. However, James Murphy has come across this. His car is absolutely coming good late on in the race. It looks like Jake Swan's still in that car, still looking like he's trying to get it done. In fact, he's looking around to see when there's safe opportunities to jump out of that car. It won't be a comfortable place to be sitting watching all these other cars sort of come tearing up the hill towards him. 2.5 minutes of the race to go. So I imagine they will be covering that now under double yellow. If they have to put the safety car out, then it will that will be the end of the race behind the safety car anyway. So Henry Heaton, but James Murphy absolutely on Henry Heaton as they go up into Druids that time through. So he is now, from a whole race of being quite calm and collected out front with getting some easy lap times done, he's now got to concentrate behind, and James Murphy will be looking to see whether he can, in the last 2 minutes, with one of the major overtaking opportunities removed from his option, because he can't overtake into Druids right now, can he make any move on Henry Heaton? You see the car drifting the rear end as they go around this clearways and out onto the start-finish straight again, with 1 minute and 45 to go. Henry, you can see him looking in his mirrors. In fact, was that the checkered flag? I think they may have thrown the checkered flag. Yes, they can see the checkered flag there. So where we've got the incident up at Druids, they have chosen to throw the checkered flag early. So that means that Heaton has taken the first victory over resurgent James Murphy. They did drop to third place, but is now back into that second place. Following him home was Bristow. What a great start to his Caterham 7 UK Championship in third place, first time out and on the podium. Aaron Head recovering from that stall off the line all the way back to the back of the grid. He recovered all the way up to fourth place. And then we've got Chris Moore, another great start to his 7 UK Championship with fifth place. Dickens comes in sixth. Then we've got Dale Head up into seventh, so that's great from where he started on the rear of that field. To see Greg Monks and Jake Swan, they're keeping their helmets on, not chatting to each other on the banks there. But Now Sparshot's next up. Sparshot, another driver who's not doing a full season with us. He's going to be guesting, but he is here with us this weekend. Andy Lee's moving up from 310. He starts his campaign off with a 9th place. We then got Evans and Griffith, Farmer, Kirby, and then we had those 3 drivers we saw spinning off, and that was Greg Monks, Jake Swan, and Gary Lapidus. Ooh, what an opening event. You can see the drivers coming down pit lane there, just getting directed to where they need to go. What a breathless opening. It was always going to be that way with the 7 UK cars. They are, and around Brands Hatch in particular. Yep, so we've got confirmation then of the results here. So out front we had Henry Heaton just able to hold off James Murphy at the end there to 2nd place. Lee Bristow, third place on his first time out. Aaron Head on his return, recovery drive all the way up to 4th. We've got Chris Moore 5th. We've got Timothy Dickens in 6th place. Dale Head in 7th with Ian Sparshot 8th. Andy Lee's 9th and Mike Evans in 10th. And then the 11th place went to Simon Griffiths in his white and Simon Griffiths in the white and yellow car. Mark Farmer on his return to the 420s in 12th. Chris Kirby 13th, and then the 3 cars we saw retiring. So what looked like a good result for Monks and Swan actually ended up costing them both quite dear. It looks like there might be suspension damage on that front left of Greg Monk's car. So after that initial contact up into Druids, and Jake Swan came back across the track, and Monks had to take avoiding action. That sort of seems to send him off into that gravel. But no doubt the marshals will get those cars extricated from that gravel, and they will be sent back to the pit lane or back into Park Ferme, ready for race 2. So they've got 2 more races this weekend. So that is the first of 3 that they've got. So they are back tomorrow. Let's find out what time they are. So they're back tomorrow at 10:25 scheduled, and then at 3:55 as well. So plenty more action from the 7 Championship UK cars throughout the rest of this weekend. Yeah, I mean, new season, lots of new drivers as we've heard about throughout that race. Returning drivers, no one really knows or knew how things were going to work out, but certainly Henry Heaton will be happy to have started his season with a win. And then we've got James Murphy also starting, another championship favourite, sort of starting out where he needs to go on. And then Bristow, what a fantastic 3rd place. So that's the first Caterham action done and dusted. We have next up today the Roadsport race. So that's the first of their 2 races they've got this weekend, and they will be, or they're scheduled 2:30, but I think we're running ahead of time. So make sure you stick with the stream, and we will be back with you with the Roadsport shortly.
There's a real allure to the idea of being a racing driver. On the what do I want to be when I grow up list, it's right up there with astronaut. It's associated with excitement, glamour and expense. The thing is, you don't need all this fancy stuff to show off the Academy car. It's proper grassroots racing, but it's also probably the most affordable, cost-effective racing that money can buy for a proper racing series. And believe it or not, we've had this for 2 months now. Before we go any further, I wanted to have a deeper dive into the car and tell you what you need to participate in the Caterham Academy series. But first up, a quick history lesson. In 1957, English automotive design engineer and inventor Colin Chapman built a lively little 2-seater sports car. He wanted owners to be able to experience the pride of building their own cars and then take it on track, and came up with the mantra, simplify, then add lightness. and the 7 was born. Over 60 years later, Caterham still adheres to the original philosophy and turns out variants of the 7 with a lineup of models that range in power from 127 horsepower to 314 horsepower, with each car weighing just over half a tonne. The Academy is in its 26th year now, and with over 1,000 drivers taking part, it's considered one of Europe's most successful novice driver series. And in terms of your car, for £30,000, which you can spread over finance for a couple of £100 a month, you get your very own road legal race car, which is yours to keep at the end of the series. And on paper, it doesn't sound like it packs the biggest of punches, but this is a Caterham. The Academy car has a tuned 4 Sigma 1600 4-cylinder naturally aspirated engine. It has a maximum power output of 127 horsepower at 6,800 RPM, and it's not particularly earth-shattering in terms of torque with 150 Newton meters. However, its secret weapon is its weight, or lack of, topping the scales at around 550 kilograms. All this means a power-to-weight ratio of 230 horsepower per tonne. Now here's where it gets a little bit confusing, because this car, when it's fully loaded with the roll bar and everything that you see here, weighs about 550 kilograms. The minimum weight that you can race in, that you must finish a race in, is 635 kilograms. So if, like me, you've got a paunch after the lockdown, you need to really consider your weight, because if you want to be super competitive and be at the top, weight, as we know in racing, means everything. And you have to finish your race 635 kilograms minimum, otherwise that's it. You don't get any points. And what that means with your power-to-weight ratio, 230 horsepower per tonne, is you've got a car that will take you from 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds and have a top speed of 116 miles an hour. And believe me, in that thing, anything over 100 miles an hour, you certainly know you're doing it. Caterham fits special Academy tyres which are designed by Avon with low grip in mind. This is done to help teach car control. We all know it's easy to go in a straight line, however, corners are where most people tend to lose their speed. By having less power, less grip and a weighty roll cage, you'll learn the art of carrying speed through a corner without losing control. It also makes for some pretty dramatic racing. You see, less power doesn't necessarily mean less speed. So for your £30,000, you get pretty much everything you need to race your car. You've got your roll bar, your harnesses, your fire extinguisher, you've got your rear rain light, which sadly we're going to need that in the UK. And everything is ready to race under the compliance of the BRSCC series. But like all manufacturers, there are optional extras such as tonneau covers, half doors, paint options. But the option I would tick before any other will be some sort of V-box, which essentially gives you racing data analysis on where you're going right, or sadly, more often than not, in my case, where I'm going wrong. So you can at least analyse it and study your data to try and get a little bit better. Now don't forget, this is a Caterham and you can choose to build your car yourself. Believe it or not, 40 to 50% of people, Caterham say, build their own Academy car, which I find quite astonishing, but it's a great way to know all about your car and how it operates and how all the nuts and bolts go together. And I've got to say, I've learned more in this last couple of months about mechanics of a car than I think I've learned in the last 30 or 40 odd years. And even though I didn't build my own car, I still felt part of the process from a very early stage because I was involved in the design of the car. And Caterham was brilliant. I fired through a few different design ideas and so did they. And we agreed on a livery that I thought was absolutely fantastic. And when the cover first came off with Simon Lambert at their headquarters, it was a real wow moment. There's been a bit of a curveball since then, and that was from me because subsequently our TV show On the Road has been sold internationally, which you'll see more about soon, and we're planning a series 2 which will come out hopefully towards the end of the series. So we had to juggle things around a little bit to get the logos on the road. So you might have noticed, for those observant ones about you, it's changed a little bit from the day we picked it up. There's a little bit of a spanner in the works because although Caterham and MFX Wraps, who did the original wrap, were so helpful and would do anything for us to put the new logos on, we're based in the southwest, they're based in Gatwick. It's about a 360, 370 mile round trip. So we went to our local dealer to help us out. And there's 5 dealerships around the UK, so there's probably one fairly close to you. You've got Gatwick, Oakmere, Silverstone, Crazy Horse, and our local dealerships near Bristol is Williams Automobiles, who I've known for many, many years. And they put us in touch with a designer called Ikin from ICM Designs, who has the funkiest Caterham designs I've ever seen. He also does helmets and all sorts of really cool designs. I'm definitely going to use him for some other stuff as well. We agreed in the end that we wanted to keep with the original ethos that MFX Wraps and Caterham and I agreed in the beginning with the black, red and white. So we just changed things around just a little bit to accommodate the new logos and to make sure that we're still on brand. But he's a very talented guy, and I think I can get a helmet done from him in the future as well. So with the design in the bag, we went to another local company through Williams, who they use for their Caterham specialist wrapping called Shades Wraps. They're also in Bristol, and they put this together and took it apart, like, I think with their eyes closed. But we have before us the final design, the final Caterham car that you'll see for the rest of the season, hopefully all in one piece. And you might have noticed that we've stuck with black wheel arches and a black nose cone. In fact, loads of the Academy cars have done the same thing, and that's because it's real bumper-to-bumper, wheel-to-wheel racing, and you'll often finish a race without some of your body panels on the car. And the good news for me is Caterham are looking after my car, so they're going to replace any items I break, so I've got nothing to lose. Those 50-50 situations, I'm going to have my elbows right out and try and muscle the little Caterham through any space I can possibly find. But having said that, I do love this car, and I'm probably, I would say, going to be the first media driver ever to want to buy their car at the end of the season. I've really become attached to it already. I'm hooked. I'm hooked on this Caterham experience and hope to go from the Academy to the next level up, which will follow in another video.
Of course, safety in motor racing is super important these days, and as such, you're required to have some fairly extensive gear, plus a few other bits thrown into the mix that may come in handy. This includes a big warm jacket and a bobble hat, fireproof underwear, often referred to as Nomex, a 770-piece Caterham Lego set, optional, a full-face crash helmet, this one's painted by Piers Dow, which should knock a second off my lap times, a snazzy set of fireproof overalls, some kind of FHR front head restraint, which is typically either a hands device or a hybrid FHR with body straps, and a nice pair of gloves.
So there you have it. Your £30,000 gets you your very own road legal race car. It also gets you a racing license, tech support from Caterham, and lots of other guidance from Caterham as well. It gets you, of course, the racing, but I think most importantly, you become a racing driver. Bye! Come on, Tiff, come and check out this little bad boy. Look at it.
Look, it's taken me 2.5 hours to get here, and you can't rush a bacon sandwich.
That's true.
And you brought me here for a Caterham.
It's the brand spanking new Caterham 170S, the entry-level Caterham.
170, which means in Caterham divided by 2, 85 horsepower.
Yep.
Well, come on, Paul. The current entry level is the 270s with 137 horsepower. I mean, how's this going to compete?
The lightest Caterham ever built, 450 kilograms. It's like a postage stamp.
450 kilograms. Well, that sounds fun. It's about £7,000 cheaper than the current entry level.
Yeah, so this is going to cost you a shade under 23 grand. The 270 entry level is currently just about 30 grand.
With leather seats.
I know.
They're not included in the £23,000 price now, are they? They're pretty extras, but
there's a few extras.
Leather seats. I'm getting interested now because Caterhams aren't famous for their comfort.
Brand new LED lights. These are a brand new thing for Caterham, so they're going to launch them on this car.
Is that it? You're excited about LED lights now?
I'm just excited about the car.
It's the same bodywork, though. Same bodywork.
Same bodywork, different engine. It's a little three-cylinder turbocharged Suzuki engine, 660cc.
How do you get into these
You're
things?
ready for,
I never
go
know.
for a drive already?
Well, I'm gentle. It's a road car, so let's just go. How do I get the door open? I can smell the leather.
You're right there. You want some help? Sadly, I'm going to have to be very close to you because it's quite tight. But I'll let you get in first. And
I've got to find a seat belt. Wait a minute.
I want you to be comfortable.
How do I plug? Oh, flip it now. I can't even.
With Tiff now comfortable, it was time for an all-too socially non-distance road test around the track in this 170S.
It's lovely, isn't it?
I got-
Leather seats, comfortable leather seats.
Smell of it, the smell of the leather.
It's a bit closer. I gotta.
Get out of the way, get out of it.
Whoosh!
It's quite perky on acceleration, isn't it?
It is perky on acceleration.
What's his 0 to 60 then, do you know?
We don't really talk about 0 to 60 with this car, to be honest with you, Tim. It's more about the fun and the enjoyment and how fast you can go around corners.
5-speed gearbox included.
It's really tight gearbox ratio, as you would expect.
Road suspension pack. Well, I wouldn't have thought anything else. I mean, it's a road car, therefore road suspension.
But you know what? It's still going to be fast around a track, isn't it? It's a Caterham. It's
Full
light.
windscreen.
Thank you.
Unique key, gear knob and instruments.
Well,
What's unique about them?
They're unique to Caterham.
Leather panel, that's actually an extra 500 quid, so I wouldn't bother with that.
No, I don't think I'd bother with that.
Momo quick release, 150 quid. No, I wouldn't bother with that either.
I would probably get the nice Alcantara one as per my race car, but... yeah,
As per
that's-
my race car. Oh, have you got a race car? I didn't know that. You got a race... All right, okay, hold on a minute. Oh. Lowered floors. You know what that's all about?
Just to give you a bit more room, because, you know, I'm quite tall and all that.
Which bit they lower then? Under the seats?
Under the seats.
That's
the
500 quid.
whole floor panel, so that's good.
Here's the crunch. The diamond seat leather stitching, seat armrest, biscuit, tunnel top primary, £1,500.
They're beautiful seats, they're lovely seats. But I think the whole message is you can, like any car, have lots of optional extras. But you can buy this car for a shade under £23,000 or financing for a couple hundred quid a month.
You can go a bit
and you've got a
faster now.
caterer. And you've got a caterer.
All right.
Oh, the pedals are so close together. Take a bit of curve.
Oh, that took it. That was quite comfortable, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good.
Well, you can hit it harder next time.
I wonder what the brakes are like.
All right, go on. Let's have some real...
The brakes. Brakes. Ah, too early. Whoa, far too early.
Have you finished yet? Have you finished?
You know how I feel. What a pretty little
The
car.
only thing is, if you turned up on a track day with this, people might look at you and think, well, that's just a road-going Caterham. I mean, that's the only disappointing thing about this 170.
Tiff Needell, today's your lucky day because let's pull in here and lo and behold, look at that.
Ah! Flipping boy racer. Oh, look, a nice suede Momo steering wheel. Very funny, very funny. Obviously, this is a left-hand drive demonstrator. Oh, but it comes with it's like a very handy optional extra. And a little press pack here. So this is the 170R version, same 85 horsepower. But it's 440 kilograms. That's 25 kilograms lighter. Better power to weight ratio, 192 horsepower per tonne. Sport suspension pack, a bit stiffer, I'm sure. What else is different? The price, £1,000 more. But those prices, 23,900, is the build yourself price. So in fact, the S that Paul was showing is more like 25,000, and this is more like 24, 26,000. So yes, more than we thought at first. Limited slip differential. Now that was important because that'll help me beat Paul, although I'm going to beat Paul anyway, but it'll be easier to beat him. I think he's a racing driver nowadays. A few Caterham races, Formula One, Le Mans. Anyway, let's put the steering wheel back where it belongs. Sort out my racing harness to get in. Slide into the lovely carbon race seat. Don't sit on your belts when you're getting in. It's always a big error. Make sure you lift them first. Then it's just click number 1, 2, 3. Pull them all nice and tight. Don the optional extras. Crash helmet might be better on track days, but not for today. Ignition on. Starter. Bye.
Looks like the Red Baron's in the mirrors. Time to let the fun begin.
I got fifth instead of third. I've lost ground and I'm wild. Oh. He's off the track. He's off the track. Oh, no, he's coming. He's coming. Down the inside. He's going down the inside. No, he's not. Block him. Shut me off. Whoa, who does he think he is? Formula One driver. I bet with his windscreen on, he doesn't care about his hair. Let us state of mind. Whoa. The wrong gear, Tim! Oh no, I've lost him again! Come on then, Tim. What's he got? Oh, he's going down the inside! Whoa! He's got me off the brake! We nearly crashed. I've got him now. He got me with a massive lock-up. Come on then. I can't hear the engine, so I keep on hitting the limiter. Where is he? I got it down the inside, No! Lock the front brakes up. Whoa, bit of a drop. Well, I got down the inside this time. I can force him wide. He's gone wide. I tell you what, this Caterham stuff is tiring. But I'll wear him down. I'm a Motul 24-hour driver. You won't kill me, Woodman. You can keep going for as long as you want.
It's safe to say that driving a Caterham is one of the most fun experiences you'll ever have in a car. It's not about horsepower, money or luxury. There's just such a basic charm and a real thrill to being behind the wheel of one. So much so, I don't think either of us are quite ready to call it a day just yet. So here we are at Croft for round 6 of the Caterham Academy, where the title race in both groups is really starting to hot up. I planned to sit this one out as it's my daughter's birthday, so decided to hand over the baton to Charlie Lower, one of the championship contenders of the white group.
Hello, I'm Charlie Lower and I'm currently racing in the Caterham Academy white group. So Paul usually runs in the green group, which is over there, and he's asked if we could take you down the paddock to show a bit of behind the scenes of what it's like to race in the Academy in the white group. So let's go have a look.
I think it's fair to say the white group got off to a slightly slower start to the championship. but have much improved than many of the whites, including Charlie, and now running times in line with some of the top green drivers.
So we've just finished qualifying and it was a blinder. I was having such a good time. We got actually red flagged, which was really annoying, so we lost a few laps. But when we came into the pits, I was currently at P1, but then we went out for like 3 more laps. Harry George just nipped me by 0.07 seconds. So the only bit of maintenance we're actually having to do between races, keep the same tyres and everything, but there was slightly, my brake pedal didn't feel quite right and had a bit of air in it. After the red flag, I went into the first corner right behind someone and I jumped on the brakes and I felt the pedal just went slightly further than I thought, and I was like, so we've bled the brakes now, but that's the only change we're going to do between now and racing. So now the brakes are bled, we check tyre pressures, fuel it up, and then we'll go racing again.
Charlie got off the line okay to hold his P2 position, which put him out of harm's way for when the pack went through turn 1. The oohs and ahs tell you everything you need to know about that, but it was soon back to business, and then Charlie and Harry George started tussling right from the outset. There was plenty of action going on in the main pack, but out front it was nip and tuck all race, and the lead changed from Harry to Charlie and back again several times. Smooth racing lines are probably not what Charlie's used to, as he's a stunt driver and a precision driver, but on track of course the smoother the better, which is probably where I'm going wrong. So it couldn't be more fitting that the day we hand over the reins to Charlie Lower, he wins the flipping race and enjoys a well-deserved celebration at the end of the day. A solid P2 for Harry. Surely it's between these two now for the championship. The William James, who wasn't racing, may have something to say about that. And a brilliant 3rd place on the podium for Giles Perry. First one of the season and hopefully a few more to come. However, the day wasn't quite over. After my daughter's birthday dinner on Saturday night, I decided at the last minute to leave first thing on Sunday morning and do the race. Packed to the nines, we drove 5 hours in the Caterham with no tools, no fuel cans, no spare tyres, just us and a standard road car to arrive at Croft for qualifying and managed to get a very surprising 10th place on the grid. I was actually chuffed to bits, as I've never been there before. I've done no testing, no sim work, not even seen a video of which way the track went. It was such a last minute decision, and one I'm delighted I made with a little help from Tiff. After seeing the carnage mid-pack in the white group race, I wanted to get off to a good start and luckily managed to pull off another blinder and picked up a couple of places and made it clean through Hawthorn, which is the first corner. In fact, every car now raced in for the entire race, which is great to be a part of. For once, I suppose. In terms of pace, nobody was more surprised than me that I was really on it and in touching distance of the leading pack. But alas, there was a series of corners at the end of the track that I just couldn't master, and I lost time on every single lap. It was so frustrating, but just down to the lack of laps driven. Each time I'd think, brake a bit later, carry more speed through the corner, and each time I'd still be miles off the pace, brake too early, and not carry enough speed through. And Mark Williams took no time at all in making that his go-to for the overtakes he made on me. The race was actually quite a quiet one. I was being held up by Mark the whole way until the last few corners, where he was much quicker than me. But it being the Caterham Academy, it was so ridiculously hard to overtake. And Mark's another one of those drivers that's come on so much from the beginning of the season, and he really impressed me with his driving. We shared positions several times. I'd finally get past, and then each time Mark would get me at the same place where I was slow on those last few corners. You would think I would learn, but I never did. And Theo the artist made a rare mistake, so both Mark and I picked up another place, and I finished P7 overall. Never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd be so happy with a P7 finish, and it just goes to show you don't need the big trailer and weeks of training, and it shows how diverse this championship really is. At the end of the day, I'll be lying if I said I wasn't out there to win, but this race reminded me of the fun factor too, the camaraderie and just how good these little cars are. It's incredible that you can drive to the track, do your race, do nothing at all to your car, and then drive home again. Which, sadly, reminded me, only another 5 hours until we get back to Somerset. The 2021 Caterham Academy kicks off in less than a week, and luckily I had the chance to start living the dream and follow in the footsteps of giants in preparation for the first race of the season, the Caterham Sprint.
Paul, what do you think you're doing?
I don't know whether you know, but I've got a race in a couple of weeks' time. I've got to get some practice in.
Yes, but you're looking more like Jeremy Clarkson hooning around on his big runway than Jim Clark and precise driving.
First race, Caterham sprint race, closed. No practice.
Which is why, Paul, you need a plan. Just give me a few minutes. Welcome to Caterham. So there you have it, Paul. You got your very own Caterham to play on all day long. Now don't go crazy at first. You'll learn the line, build up slowly, progressively faster and faster. But just to make it a little bit more interesting, I've got someone to set a lap time for you to try to get near. Have fun, Paul.
Hello and welcome back to Caterham Motorsport Season Round 1. We're here at sunny Brands Hatch. If you just joined us, we've got the LoveCars Roadsport Championships going out very shortly. I'm Sam Parker and I will be joined by Chris Hutchinson in the commentary box, who I will pass over to now to say a quick hello.
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, welcome back, everybody, and we are ready and waiting with the road sport cars here for the LoveCars Caterham Roadsport Championship race number 1 of the of the weekend. There you can see Greg Monk's car from the end of the last race just being recovered back on screen. But in the road sport, they also have a 20-minute, or they run 20-minute races. And they are the drivers from last year's Academy. So if you followed along with the season last year, the drivers will have upgraded their Caterham cars. So you buy your Academy car, you race your Academy season, and then you go and upgrade it to the road sport. But I believe we've got a driver. William James is ready to speak to Sam in the pits.
Yes, I've got William James here. Let's have a quick word. William, congratulations on pole. I believe your pole lap came about on the last lap of qualifying.
Yeah, it was. I managed to tuck it in last minute, which was a pleasant surprise. I think, considering how tricky the conditions were, I think, yeah, it was got quite lucky.
Yes, I heard it was quite lethal out there this morning. Well, congratulations on pole position and all the best for the race.
Thank you. Cheers.
Okay, let's go and have a see if we can have a chat to Jeff Newman very quickly. Jeff's on second place. Hi Jeff, congratulations on second. Obviously coming up from Academy last year, how are you finding the changes on this year's car?
The car's fabulous. The extra grip that we've got and the brilliant suspension just make it a very, very capable car. So we're much more confident going faster around track, and that can only be a good thing when you're going at the speeds we're doing.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on second and all the best for the race.
Thank you.
Hopefully we've got time just to speak to Freddie, who is in third place for today's race. Now, Freddie, hello Freddie, how are you doing?
Yeah, good, thanks. Looking forward to it. First race back, so it should be good.
Excellent. Conditions, they're pretty good out there this afternoon, aren't they? Is this your ideal situation?
Yeah, it's good. I don't mind wet or dry, but dry and sunny is nice.
Excellent. Well, good luck for the race, and hopefully we'll see you on the podium.
Hope so too. Thanks.
Okay, over to you, Chris.
Thanks, Sam. And yes, you heard the whistle going in the background as the assembly area. They're releasing the cars now onto the grid. So yes, the qualifying session this morning, they were first out on track and they had a tricky set of qualifying conditions. It was very, very damp and very cold, so icy actually around the paddock. So they had a lot to deal with, and they had a number of red flags, several bits of contact, and a couple of cars ended up in the gravel. So interesting start to their road sport season for them all, but they all have made it now onto the grid. You can see them filing out of assembly, and the marshals will line them up. We have 33 cars on our grid, I believe, today. So yeah, healthy grid size is really good to see all the drivers as they head out into their second season of motorsport. So they will all have been in the Academy last year, and they have upgraded their car. We heard Jeff Newman talking about his new grip, and that is because in the Academy they run a dedicated Avon Academy tyre. When they get to the road sport level, they change to the ZZS tyre, and that is the tyre they will use all the way up until the 310R Championship. So the marshals just directed. There's a couple of cars a bit askew, but they'll sort themselves out. Up front there, we heard William James took pole position on the very last lap of qualifying. Newman looked like he'd got it all signed and sealed, but William James took that off him on that final lap of qualifying. So it's William James and Jeff Newman who are going to line up on our front row of the grid. And then we've got Freddie Chiddicks and Charlie Lower. So Newman, Academy champion from last year, he beat Freddie Chiddicks by want of a fastest lap on the last lap of the last race of the season by Jeff Newman. Took that championship, and Freddie therefore ended up in second. We've got Charlie Lower in fourth place on the grid, and he is in the he was the other Academy, so other Academy champion. Academy is so popular that we run 2 full grids at the Academy, and Roadsport is the first time those 2 grids all get combined into one big field, and you can see how big a field it is. Everyone looking beautifully lined up as we're just trying to get the final few cars through. Conditions out there still quite chilly in the air, but nevertheless we've had sun earlier. The track's in really good condition. A couple of bits of oil and speedy dry down from earlier on track action, but basically in really good condition for this first of their 2 20-minute races that they're going to have this weekend. Just behind Charlie Lowe, we've got James Cook and then Philip Clark. James Cook, another perennial front runner. Philip Clark doing well in that 6th place. Lots of cars out on track, and so some getting a really good performance, but Phil Clark is on that 6th place of the grid. And then behind him we've got David Rook and Aaron Stevens. Theo Theato and then Mark Kendall round out the top 10. All of those drivers have figured throughout their academy year variously from last year, and they all look forward to taking it forward and seeing if they can solidify. A lot of fantastic colour schemes and wraps that they've got on these cars this year. You can just hear in the background that the 60-second and 30-second board, so they'll be going away on their green flag formation lap very shortly. Loads of new colour schemes for me to sort of spot out there on track, so I will do my best with a field this big, but we can expect to see William James in that blue car with the pink roll cage, and Jeff Newman in the darker blue with the yellow roll cage. And then Freddie Chiddix is in a dark car with a red roll cage, I believe. Charlie Lowe has got a new colour scheme for this year, or a refined colour scheme. I think it's a white and blue car. And then James Cook is in the 5th place. I think he's got a Welsh flag emblazoned car. I hope I'm not misspeaking, that would be awful. But as we see this colourful grid on their formation lap heading up the hill into Druids. They will be brought back around to that grid. Their second season in motorsport, they have been given the new ZZS tyres to turn this car into a road sport. Largely, other than that, it's very similar to the Academy car. The only other difference they have is a rear anti-roll bar on this car to give them a little bit more rear end balance and grip. And that does make a significant difference to the performance. So the tyres and the roll bar actually mean that they can something in the order of a second or 2 seconds around the sort of average lap, they'll be quicker than the Academy cars. A lot of drivers will find that they get on with these tyres a little bit better than the Academy tyre, and you'll see some drivers traditionally will make big jumps in performance as they have done 1 season's racing, but this is definitely another learning experience. This is going to be a full season of 14 races from 7 race weekends. See the car still filing through clearways and out onto the start-finish straight, ready to get lined off, refine their pit box, their grid spot, which is not easy to do when you've got a grid this big. Nonetheless, they have pretty much managed it so far. We'll get the last cars lining up on the grid. We'll look for the green flag at the back, and then we'll have 5 seconds board before the red lights come on, and then something like 7 seconds, or within 7 seconds later, the lights will go out and we will get this race underway. William James on the left of your screen in the blue and pink car, and then we've got Jeff Newman in the blue with the fluoro yellow on the right of your screen. So are they going to make it through? Hopefully we won't have any more stalls like we had with the 420 Caterham 7 UK cars. We're just looking for that signal, and off we go. We've got the red lights out, and we've got William James making a reasonable start. Freddie Chiddix really tucked up behind him, and then you've got Jeff Newman to his outside. The rest of the field absolutely spreading across into Paddock Bend. This is sort of 4-5 wide. What a sight that is. The Caterhams flowing on down through Paddock. But out front we have got William James out front, but Jeff Newman looking up the inside. Fred Chiddix is just there in that 3rd place, defending nicely. They're all absolutely compact. You can see a little bit of that dust outside from earlier incidents we had in the 7 UK race. Jeff Newman, though, has taken that place. So William James lost a couple on the way down the hill as they all follow through Graham Hill. They've all made it through safely. Well done on this early lap. That's not easy to do. Fred Chiddix up the inside of Newman into Surtees. He can make that stick, but he will be on the outside as they go round through clearways. So Newman does slot back in front, and that looks like it's Kendall, I think, in maybe making his way out, or is that Lovett? So we've got I'll have to get used to some of these cars and drivers. you can see it's 3 wide behind, but for the lead it is Newman and Chiddix going side by side across the line that time. Then we have got Kendall in the green car in 3rd, and then we've got William James, who was the pole sitter, he's gone to 4th, and then we've got Charlie Lower, Academy champion last year, 5th, and then Woodman, who was down in 12th place after qualifying. So LoveCars presenter Woodman was in 12th place, but he's made it up. The LoveCars is actually putting their name to this championship this year. They are the media car. You'll see at number 7 we had a little bit of an issue up at Druids there. We got wings flying, and there's quite a crumpled rear of that car. So that's the Williams car. I wonder if we will have a safety car to recover that. There's certainly quite a lot for the marshals to do, and with still 18 minutes in the race to go, they may well throw that safety car. Keep an eye out for that. But meanwhile, out front, we've still got that is looks like Paul Castle, number 13, also off out there. So there's quite a few cars up at Druids, which they will be covering under double wave yellows for the time being, and we'll keep an eye out whether they can recover those cars back over the line that time. Though Chiddix was out in front of Newman, so that has reversed. We've got William James back into that 3rd place, and then Woodman now up into 4th place over the line with the green car of Kendall behind him. So he's making great progress up through the field in this early part of the race. Charlie Lower now dropped down to 6th place, so he started. I think we had another bit of incident. I was just looking at the timing screen and I saw a bit more Graham Hill. That's Kendall around, and the number 2 of Mark Jones as well. So more front runners actually getting involved in that accident that time through. So we've still got plenty of action out on track, and the Theato going side by side, going either side of a slightly slower machine there. Ooh, it's getting quite feisty in this Roadsport race. Theo again sideways as he drifts it through clearways. That's not necessarily the quickest way, but it's certainly impressive to see. Jeff Newman, though, out front at the moment. They're kind of sharing this lead with William James alongside him, and then we've got the Paul Woodman car up into 4th place, and looking like he means business there, doesn't he? He's just slightly got a little gap back to him, but he's nevertheless there or thereabouts, and from 12th place on the grid, he's going to be pretty pleased with that. We then comes up next up is Williams, then Headley, and then Lower's now drifted another place back to 7th place. There's Janoweski and Theo Theato in 9th. The spectacular Theo Theato is watching William James now back up the inside of Newman. So out of Graham Hill, he had a little bit of a run. Newman keeps around the outside of him though, gets a bit tight as you go through into this Surtees, into clearways. Newman back up the inside, a little bit of oversteer as he clips that apex curve. They're going to run side by side. They're going to hold themselves up all the way down this next straight now, and Chiddix will be looking to make hay while the sun shines. He's got a pretty comfortable gap now over these two, so while they squabble, they will fall back. If they work with each other, they can probably get back to Chiddix, but Chiddix has shown last year he's perfectly capable of making a gap stick and pulling away into the distance. He's got a good turn of speed, and in the Roadsport he seems to be clicking very nicely with it. Thank you very much. So they are all having to learn this new Roadsport car, and some of them will be learning it better than others. Brands Hatch is a very intense. We have got the safety car. Oh, we got into the safety car. Looked like it was called late, and William James actually hit the back of Freddie Chiddix as the safety car was pulled. I think Freddie's looking a little bit despondent there. So I think that safety car call was quite late, and you saw it just pulled out in front of the leaders, and I'm not sure that they were aware of it up until that point. So that was more bodywork for the marshals to clear up, as you see the safety car on track. But Freddie Chiddix has lost, or that right rear mudguard is flapping, and you can see William James has lost his nose cone on that car, so that's going to affect his aerodynamics as he goes round. But yes, it's not a tidy start to this Roadsport race. The 7 UK car sort of ended with a couple of incidents, but actually this Roadsport race has started with quite a lot. That radiator is quite askew. He will be quite lucky if that's not leaking, and if it is leaking, he needs to stop the car. The cars really don't appreciate being run without any liquid in them. I can't see any liquid running out the bottom of that car though, so he may have got away with it, but it certainly looks askew. You can see how up front the radiator is on these cars, and that, you know, if you do knock the front of the car, that is one of the first pieces that gets contacted. It has got markings all down the front of it, but I'm wondering, I can't see any liquid flowing out the bottom of it. So behind the safety car then, everything brought back sort of under control. You see the field, the colourful field heading on through. There is James Cook in his Welsh flag festooned Roadsport. Early on we had fastest lap, and that looks like it was taken by Cook with 55.4 second lap. So Cook back in midfield, sort of 14th place, but he nevertheless showing that you can have a speed, you know, anywhere down this field, and they regularly do. Such is the performance of these cars. I mean, we saw in qualifying that the top 10 were all covered within a second, and then the next 10 were covered within the next second. So the performance is very close on this field, and a large field at that. We're heading around. So we've got 30 minutes to go. The clock keeps ticking when we're under safety car conditions. So there's no pause. Your allocated 20 minutes for this Roadsport race continues to tick down as the marshals recover that car. And what we're looking out for, or what the drivers are looking out for, is where it's essentially when in fact they've stopped them all on the grid. That normally happens. So we have had a red flag, yes. So you can see the red flag being shown there. So they will stop them on the grid with a red flag, and it's clearly to give them enough time to tidy up. I think that's Mark Jones there on the bank, waiting with the marshals. Thank you again to the marshals who allow us to go racing. We are under a red flag situation at the moment, and so in the lead as we stopped that race, it was Chiddix followed by Newman, and then we had William James and then Woodman. And I think, so with a red flag situation, normally they go back a lap to define what the new grid will be. Because they've done a couple, or more than a couple of laps, they won't restart it entirely. They will give them a restart that will have a certain amount of clock time left. We sort of saw it coming down to that final 10 minutes, so I wonder whether they'll start this race with about 10 minutes to go. But they will re-grid everyone. They will have a new formation lap, and then they will get a full restart under the lights. That's the normal procedure. So yeah, we're just waiting for the incidents to be looked at and checked over, and make sure the drivers are safe, and that we can move these cars out of the way. You can see that the marshals, this is where it starts getting complicated. To everyone needs to have the communication from race control as to what's going to happen and how long they're going to have to go the race. So we will have a delay whilst that happens, and they will need to communicate down to the drivers everything that's going on. Which is tricky, and we might need some of the sort of championship coordinators to help out with that process. But we saw that as that sort of finished off, Chiddix, Newman, William James, Woodman, and then it was Williams, and then Charlie Lower had made a place back up, and even with red flags where they might count it back a lap, because we've been under the safety car, I imagine that actually it will be that order that we will start. You can see the recovery trucks heading around the track to pick up the cars that can't make their way back under their own steam. We saw several separated but issues. One up at Druids early on with sort of the rear of the field, and then a little bit further on we had an issue near the front, and that's what took Mark Jones out of that points paying position. We're saying that we have I think it's 30 points for a win in this level. Certainly the distance, the only time that is not 1 point separating each position is for the lead. So if you win the race, you get 2 extra points than your nearest competitor who comes second, and then every single position further back than that is a single point difference. So often the championships all come down to minor differences, but winning is certainly the best way of maximising your chance. We do also run a single point for fastest lap of the race, and as we said earlier, that's currently held by Cook. You can see Kirsty there just running and telling the drivers what the restart procedure will be on recovery vehicles on the track as well. But everything will become more clear now. It looks like they've got a plan, and they just need to make sure the drivers know, and then the marshals will need to know what the grid is, so they can put them all back into that grid spot, and they can aim towards getting this race back underway. So last year we had these drivers all in the Academy season, so their first ever drive last year in the Academy cars. We haven't got the Academy, or this year's Academy, with us this weekend. They will be with us for the next time out at Snetterton. They, a couple of weekends ago, had their first competitive event though, and that was at Kerbera for the sprint event. So the Academy still has a sprint event, which is essentially the driver against the clock rather than against each other, and it's a great opportunity for them all to learn how to be in a competitive environment, how to drive their car without the actual added stress of having to drive side by side with their fellow racers. But they're all getting to know each other in the Academy, and they will be sharing the rest of the season with the Caterham, the rest of these steps of the ladder that we're watching this weekend. And it's always an exciting time, and these drivers know it well because it was only last season for them. They'll feel like they've got a lot of experience under their belt now, though, after having that first season. They had, I think, 8 events last year to get to grips with their cars and how to be a Caterham driver. And now in the Roadsport car with its ZZS, Avon ZZS tyres and its rear anti-roll bar, sort of, they take that step up to the next level. So when you buy a Caterham Academy car, it is with a subject to getting upgrades every year. You can run that same car all the way up to 310R level. So that's the first 4 levels of this Caterham Motorsport ladder. You can run the same car but with added upgrades each year, and each year it's about 2 seconds or so difference between around the average track between each stage. So Academy to Roadsport, and Roadsport to the 270R, and then the 270R to the 310R. They're all about 2-second gap. If you then want to complete the full Caterham ladder, then go to our 7 UK cars, which we saw out on track earlier, then you do have to buy a new car at that point, and there's say significant differences to that particular race spread machine. There is the Woodman in his LoveCars. It's got a new livery this year. It's very looking good, along with everyone else. Paul Woodman there, along with everyone else, looking like they all took a memo to go and rewrap their cars, and they do look spectacular. There's the Beato. We saw him flying around the track sort of sideways more than pointing forward, wasn't he, in the number 72 there. He featured at the front end of the grids a few times, not every single time. There he has got his matching paint lid. It's looking resplendent in the sun at Brands Hatch. But yeah, he a number of times up the front of the grids, and he looks like he sort of continued that. He's currently in the 8th place, so he started in 9th, so he's made up a place overall. Janueski. Again, I think that's a new colour scheme this year, sort of green triple stripe effect going on. You will notice that a lot of them do have black noses and wings on their car, and that's the parts truck for Caterham only supply black wings. So if you start with a coloured nose cone or a wing, then the chances are you're going to have to replace it with black at some point. So a lot of the drivers will just start the season with black. It's easier just for the continuity. Right, some of the cars having to sort of back up a little bit to give themselves a run up to get onto the correct grid spot. It's always harder to do it from the grid to the grid rather than from assembly, where they all come out in order, as we saw earlier. But they will get them shuffled around. So a new starting position for everyone. Just looking to see whether normally we'll get a signal from the timers at some point as to how long the race will be. So we'll look out to see that. I'm expecting it to be about 10 minutes. We are running ahead of time on the calendar by about 20 minutes or so. So they do have the time to clear up and still give them the rest of that race. So it was scheduled to be a 20-minute race, but we will see now how much time is left. They will run it as the race that we're about to see. So when they do restart it, it will be like a brand new race. It will be from their new starting positions based on that first part of the race. Paul Woodman, thumbs up from the Woodman. Great progress from 12th up to 4th, where we saw that when the red flag came up. But yeah, it will be a completely separate race. The first part of that won't count for anything other than it gives them their new order. So Paul Woodman will start from 4th on the grid. See the final few cars getting lined up. So yeah, whoever crosses the line first will be that winner. Freddie Chillicks lost out a little bit, didn't he, in that in that safety car procedure. He had a little bit of a gap ahead of that. You can see William James's car there. It's lost its nose cone. You can see how it's got some markings on that radiator, but currently you can see the reservoir there is full of pink fluid, so it hasn't leaked. It's something you'll have to keep an eye on though, so we're quite lucky there to manage to lose that nose and still be in this race. Like I said, the engines do not work at all. In fact, they expire very quickly if they're running off that. You can hear some more buzzers on the grid, which will mean that we are looking to get the 60-second board, the 30-second board, then we'll get them off on their second formation lap of today. I can see the timing screen has refreshed itself, and we're going to have an 8-minute race, it looks like. So they've given them an 8-minute dash to the line. That's still plenty of time for action, as you saw in that opening exchange. We've got to recall all this again and work out who's going to make it, who's going to take the whole shot down into Paddock Hill Bend. They did a relatively good job around most of the field for the opening lap, but yeah, then we saw issues happen. So they will have another race start experience under their belt. We're just seeing the last Caterham staff there clearing the grid so that we can get this race back and going. Yeah, Jeff Newman got caught up in those battles with William James. Now William James without the nose cone, he's going to have slightly obstructed, well, his aerodynamics in the Caterham are never particularly strong, but they're going to have even worse aerodynamics. His bonnet will act like a scoop and will actually, if he pulls out the toe, it's going to get affected. It looks like Kendall right at the back there, so we saw Kendall get caught up. He started up in 10th place, but is back right at the back of the field. So 71 is Giles Perry, so one of that cars, he's going to have a fair bit of damage at the rear of that car, which will need to be fixed. So all these drivers supported by Caterham in the Roadsport Championship, they can't have any professional support, so Caterham will have to look at that car and assess whether they can get that back on the grid for tomorrow. Kendall, we saw Aaron Head in the 7 UK cars earlier having to fight back after stalling off the grid, and Kendall's going to have an even worse sight with 36 odd cars in front of him, 33 odd cars in front of him on that grid. I can hear the signal, I can see the signal boards coming up, so we're shortly be headed to start the new race formation lap. So this will not be the actual lights, it will be a formation lap. There we go, Freddie Chicks leading them away. Time to get yourself back in race mode. You've had a period of intense adrenaline, and then you've got a cool down period on the grid, which is quite hard to deal with as a racing driver. You've been sat there for maybe 5 to 10 minutes doing nothing, and now you're expected to just go straight back up there and pile into Paddock Hill Bend again, and that's no easy feat. But Chiddix has been there and done it before, and I'm sure it's all skills that you learn as you're heading up through that motorsport ladder, learning all the procedures and what's expected of you. See Grandpa there on the 74 car. 74, let me just find him on my list. That is Julian Roebuck there with the Grandpa on his car. So great, these are fully road legal cars. Some of them are running actual road number plates, other ones have got their own sort of personalised ones. Benja Headley going through there within the blue car. He's slipped back down. He started 15th, and we saw him quite high up last year in the running order, so he's certainly looking to make progress like we saw Woodman. Charlie Lower, one of the champions from last year. But yeah, personalised with the number plates, fully road legal car. You can drive these to the track, race them, and then drive home, and people do. That's one of the things about this Caterham racing. They're fantastic little machines. But they are heading towards this grid again to start the second part of this race. But remember, this will determine the full race order. There's no combination of events or numbers or timings or anything. There is literally a run to the flag. We've got Jeff Newman on the outside. We've got Chiddix on the inside on that pole position. William James with the lost nose cone there in 3rd place. And Paul Woodman up from 12th on the grid to 4th. So yeah, what action are we going to see in the second part of this Caterham Roadsport race? The first of their 2 20-minute races they've got with us this weekend. Seeing the cars, like I mentioned earlier, it's quite hard to find your grid spots. They've just been given new grid spots, so they've got to remember the new ones. To find it as a driver, it's pretty tricky, and you can see how many white markings there are on this grid. In Caterham's we run 2x2x2 grids, and you can see they're slightly offset. they've done a fantastic job of finding their spot. So I think we are in place. I can see the green flag at the back of the grid, and therefore we are ready to get this race underway. The lights will be on, looking to see who can make the best start of the lead group. Pregnant pause. Chiddix did make a better start that time, but Newman still put alongside. Up the inside, the rest of the field are heading through. There's James Cook in the number 15. Midfield, we got someone slow there, missing a gear. That looks like Chiddix might have missed his second to third gear change, so he has dropped, it looks like, back down through the field. So Newman is well into the distance and off up into Druids out in front, with Woodman up into second place. And that's second place from 12th on the grid, don't forget. What a fantastic bit of driving for Woodman to get up there. So yeah, he'll be pleased as punch at the moment. Can he hold on for the rest of this race? Because he's got Charlie Lower and William James, who race hardened from that first part of the race all around them. William, as it looks like Charlie Lower up the inside of Surtees. In fact, there's a yellow flag. Have we got another safety car? There's boards out for sure. Lots of, yeah, we've got another safety car, it looks like. 2 cars off at Paddock Hill, so they didn't all make it round Paddock Hill. I can't see, so it's number 84, which is Joe Friday. So we've had more issues off the restart. We do say in American racing, cautions breed cautions, and it does look like that has happened. So on the outside of Paddock Hill, that's deep gravel. It's hard to extract yourself from that. So that's Aaron Stevens, who started high up on the grid. He started in 8th place, so not the start of the season that Aaron would have wanted at that point. But they are fully used to extracting cars, though, under safety car around that corner. So I imagine that we won't have another restart at this point. The marshal's just running up the track to go and pick up the bodywork there. So a kind of complicated start to this race. You can see the pickup vehicles there with the cars going to extract them. It's a very deep gravel trap. The 71 car, that is, I think that's Giles Perry. That was from the original incident, getting taken back down through pit lane. But yeah, the secondary incident we've had at this restart is just being pulled. You see, there's another car to deal with, so we probably have a couple of laps of safety car. You see the lights on top of the safety car, and that essentially that's the signal to the drivers that we are continuing for another lap. This is the part of the track where the lights will go out on when they are ready to restart this race. With 5.5 minutes left to go, remember the clock keeps ticking under safety car conditions. They may get some more racing done, but it's by no means certain. They will have to move those 2 cars to a position of safety and get all the equipment back behind the barriers before they will let that happen. But it does look like they are onto the second car. They'll move them into a position where they are out of the firing line. That is the 86 of Aaron Stevens, who's jumping out that car. Told by the marshal. So behind the safety car, it's a responsibility of all the drivers to sort of queue up behind that safety car. The tracker, the organisers want you to be as close to that safety car as you can be, so that it keeps all the cars on the same bit of the track. Remember, these are Roadsport drivers. They're not complete novices yet. They're still in the early part of their racing career, but you can see they all form up into a long snake, and that allows the marshals, while the cars aren't going by, to clear up and tidy away as they need to. It's all a bit nose to tail, isn't it, from these early conditions. It does look like the lights on the safety car are out, so I think we are going to get back racing. Certainly by the science lights of that, we'll see that we've had everything thrown at them today, haven't we? We've had a little bit of a light cluster mount sort of sat on the apex there, a little bit of plastic, but it does look like the safety car lights are out. So that makes Jeff Newman now the replacement safety car. He will organise them and decide when he wants to accelerate out. We will see the safety car pulling into the pits, I believe, this time round, and Jeff Newman will have to choose when he wants to make his restart. He gets to choose, or when he presses the accelerator the first time. It looks like he's gone quite early and left Paul Woodman sort of a bit behind him. He's got a significant gap, hasn't he? And it's William James, it's Charlie Lower in that third place, in the slipstream of Newman as they're heading up to Paddock. He can't overtake till the line, but they're through the line now, and he quite easily slips up the inside of Paddock Hill Bend there. So yeah, Woodman won't be happy with the fact that he let that one go so easily. But Jeff Newman out front, he has done restarts before. They all know how to do them now, so he is gaining that. We've got some quite significant gaps. I don't think any of the drivers were quite ready for that restart. You can see that they're all spread out. There's Freddie Chiddicks all the way back down last time through. Let me try and find him on the list. I'll find him in a second, but he's a lot further down the field than he was when he started this second half of this race. He was on that pole position, but that missed gear change was quite costly for him. He's down in 10th place the last time he crossed the line, so he's only got 3 minutes to try and make it back. And Charlie Noah, meanwhile, starting 4th on the grid, has made it through all the carnage, and he is in that 2nd place, and he looks like he is drawing Jeff Newman back into him. That toe of the Jeff Newman's car will be dragging him forward, and he's got a clean pair of heels over Woodman, who is in that 3rd place still. I don't think Newman managed to get a podium last year. Newman and Lower certainly did, so it'll be he'll be very happy to be on that podium, but he can't relax. You can see William James's car there without the nose cone, and Theo Theato moving up now around the outside of Druids, and he was in 6th place last time, and he's overtaken Williams to probably take that 5th place. They're going side by side into Graham Hill, but at the moment Theo's got that inside line, so he should make that stick on the way up towards Surtees, although it looks like that's still not done. But for the lead, 2 minutes to go. We've got Charlie Lower in that 2nd place. It's blue and white machine versus blue and yellow. And then Woodman is slipping into the clutches of William James in that damaged car, but it seems to be going well in the slipstream. So even with that nose cone missing, you can see that with the slipstream, he's not being affected too much. It's closing up as they come into Paddock Hill then for what will be probably 2 more laps. So this one and maybe 2 more. We'll keep an eye on that clock while it happens. Newman having to now defend up to the middle, the inside of Druids. Charlie Lower going around this way and that, trying to pressure Newman and try and make him push him into a mistake, but Newman's not necessarily one for making a mistake, and Brands Hatch is one of the tracks we go to where it is actually possible to defend, so Charlie Lower will be trying all his newfound skills to try and do that. This is champion versus champion. This is Newman and Lower. They're side by side behind, round into Surtees. Round the outside doesn't often work. It has worked for William James though. He's demoted Woodman down into 4th place, so he will be able to fight back within this last minute or so of this race, and I think with the lap times of 55 seconds it's going to be tight as to whether they get one more or whether this will be the final lap. It's hard to know at this stage. I think they might have crossed the line with enough time for one. It's going to be close. So this could well be the final lap. William James now ahead of Woodman in that 3rd place. He is taking that podium away. He's scuppering Woodman's dreams, but he's still got time. He's still got the rest of this lap. Newman, though, still going strongly at the front. So a battle definitely for the lead and 2nd place, and then we've got a gap back to 3rd and 4th. And the rest of the field, who were a little bit slow off that restart, a little behind them. Running down to 22 seconds to go. It's going to be ever so tight across this line, so it may well be that the checkered flag is thrown. Newman makes it through Surtees on this potentially last lap. 14 seconds to go. Lower is behind. You can make a run out this final corner into the lead and even on the last lap. However, he's too far back to make that happen with 1 second. Is it going to be the checkered flag this time? So Newman takes the win in this opening Roadsport race of the 2022 season, and Charlie Lower takes that 2nd place. Got William James taking that 3rd place even with the damaged car, and Woodman slipped into 4th, which was 12th place on the grid. That's epic. We see the rest of the battles coming through here. So Theo Theato's come through, Williams, Headley, Janowski, Chiddicks, Lucas. So Chiddicks down in 9th place. Lucas, Clark, Cook, Kendall, Rook, Roebuck, Patel, Roberts, Domain, Banton and Vincent. Now we've got Radford just crossing the line and Summers behind him, Bateman decent, so Louise decent there in 24. She had a spin in qualifying, so she's made up some spaces, and then we're just waiting for Ockenden to cross the line, and then the only other cars are the ones that we've seen have an incident out on track. So there is Jeff Newman waving to all the marshals, thanking them for their volunteering, allowing him to really happily waving to everybody, Newman out there on track. What a way to start your road sports season. So the two champions going at it, first and second at the end of that race, but Newman coming out on top and doing everything he needed to do. Though he had a bit of everything, didn't they? Had a first start. So in fact, let's have confirmation of that race before I natter on. Jeff Newman took that win, and he was ahead of Charlie Lowe in second place, and William Jones just demoting Paul Woodman down to fourth place. Theo Theato, the ever spectacular Theo Theato, in fifth place. Mark Williams was sixth. Benja Headley in his blue machine made it back up to seventh, so he's made his way back through and inserted himself at the front there again. Januszewski in eighth. Freddie Chiddix will be a disappointed ninth place, not the start he wanted, and Gareth Lucas in 10th. Philip Clark 11th, James Cook 12th. Then we've got Mark Kendall a bit further down than he would want, David Rook, Julian Roebuck, Simon Patel, Chris Roberts, Rob Domain, Mike Banton, and then Charles Vincent rolls out the top. Sorry, it's Paul Castle has been given at the end. So, the opening road sport race of the season, a second Caterham race, another action-packed affair. We had a bit of everything going on, didn't we? Say restarts and safety cars, 2 safety car periods, and we've had some accidents, and we had some spectacular driving on show as well. Brands Hatch never fails to disappoint in the Caterhams, and what a stunning way to start the season. Yeah, and we've got more action on the way. So the next race out there, so we've had the 7 UK Championship cars, we've had Road Sport. The next up is the 310R grid, and that will be Group A versus Group B, and I'll talk about that when we come back. Scheduled at 3:35, but I imagine that we'll still be running ahead of time, so do keep your eyes and keep peeled on the screen for that. We will see you in a bit.
Very quick drink.
Come on, Tiff, come and check out this little bad boy. Look at it.
Look, it's taken me 2.5 hours to get here, and you can't rush a bacon sandwich.
That's true.
And you brought me here for a Caterham.
It's the brand spanking new Caterham 170S, the entry-level Caterham.
170, which means in Caterham divided by 2, 85 horsepower.
Yep.
Well, come on, Paul. The current entry level is the 270s with 137 horsepower. I mean, how's this going to compete?
The lightest Caterham ever built, 450 kilograms. It's like a postage stamp.
450 kilograms. Well, that sounds fun. It's about £7,000 cheaper than the current entry level.
Yeah, so this is going to cost you a shade under 23 grand. The 270 entry level is currently just about 30 grand.
With leather seats. They're not included in the £23,000 price now, are they? They're pretty extras. But
there's a few extras.
Leather seats. I'm getting interested now because Caterhams aren't famous for their comfort.
Brand new LED lights. These are a brand new thing for Caterham, so they're going to launch them on this car.
Is that it? You're excited about LED lights now?
I'm just excited about the car.
It's the same bodywork, though. Same bodywork.
Same bodywork, different engine. It's a little 3-cylinder turbocharged Suzuki engine, 660cc.
How do you get into these things?
Ready for,
I never know.
drive already?
Well, I'm gentle. It's a road car, so let's just go. How do I get the door open? I can smell the leather.
You're right there. You want some help? Sadly, I'm going to have to be very close to you because it's quite tight. But I'll let you get in first. And
I've got to find a seat belt. Wait a minute.
I want you to be comfortable.
How do I
first.
play? Oh, flip it now. I can't even.
With Tiff now comfortable, it was time for an all too socially non-distance road test around the track in this 170S.
It's lovely, isn't it?
I got
leather seats, comfortable leather seats.
Smell of it, the smell of the leather.
It's a bit closer. I've got to.
Get out of the way, get out of it.
Whoosh!
It's quite perky on acceleration, isn't it?
It is perky on acceleration.
What's its 0 to 60 then, do you know?
We don't really talk about 0 to 60 with this car, to be honest with you, Tim. It's more about the fun and the enjoyment and how fast you can go around corners.
5-speed gearbox included.
It's really tight gearbox ratio, as you would expect.
Road suspension pack. Well, I wouldn't have thought anything else. I mean, it's a road car, therefore road suspension.
But you know what? It's still going to be fast around a track, isn't it? It's a Caterham. It's
full
light.
windscreen.
Thank you.
Unique key, gear knob and instruments.
Well,
What's unique about them?
They're unique to Caterham.
Leather panel, that's actually an extra 500 quid, so I wouldn't bother with that.
No, I don't think I'd bother with that.
Momo quick release, 150 quid. No, I wouldn't bother with that either.
I would probably get the nice Alcantara one as per my race car, but... Yeah,
As per my race car? Oh, have you got a race car? I didn't know that. You've got a race... All right, okay, hold on a minute. Oh. Lowered floors, you know what that's all about?
Just to give you a bit more room, because, you know, I'm quite tall and all that.
Which bit they lower then? Under the seats?
Under the seats.
That's 500 quid.
Whole floor panel, so that's good.
Here's the crunch. The diamond seat leather stitching, seat armrest, biscuit, tunnel top primary, £1,500.
They're beautiful seats, they're lovely seats. But I think the whole message is you can, like any car, have lots of optional extras. But you can buy this car for a shade under £23,000 or finance it for a couple hundred quid a month.
You can go a bit
and you've got a caterer. And you've got a caterer.
All right.
Whoa. The pedals are so close together. Take a bit of curve.
Oh, that took it. That was quite comfortable, wasn't it?
That was good.
We can hit it harder next time.
I wonder what the brakes are like.
All right, go on. Let's have some real.
The brakes. 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 Ah, too early. Whoa, far too early.
Have you finished yet? Have you finished?
You know how I feel. What a pretty little car.
The only thing is, if you turned up on a track day with this, people might look at you and think, well, that's just a road-going Caterham. I mean, that's the only disappointing thing about this 170.
Tiff Needell, today's your lucky day because let's pull in here and learn the hold. Look at that!
Flipping boy racer. Oh, look, a nice suede Momo steering wheel. Very funny, very funny. Obviously, this is a left-hand drive demonstrator. Oh, but it comes with it's like a very handy optional extra. And a little press pack here. So this is the 170R version, same 85 horsepower. But it's 440 kilograms. That's 25 kilograms lighter. Better power to weight ratio, 192 horsepower per tonne. Sport suspension pack, a bit stiffer, I'm sure. What else is different? The price, £1,000 more. But those prices, 23,900, is the build yourself price. So in fact, the S that Paul was showing is more like 25,000, and this is more like 24, 26,000. So yes, more than we thought at first. Limited slip differential. Now that was important because that'll help me beat Paul, although I'm going to beat Paul anyway, but it'll be easier to beat him. Thinks he's a racing driver nowadays. A few Caterham races, Formula 1, Le Mans. Anyway, let's put the steering wheel back where it belongs. sort out my racing harness to get in, slide into the lovely carbon race seat. Don't sit on your belts when you're getting in, it's always a big error. Make sure you lift them first. Then it's just click number 1, 2, 3, pull them all nice and tight. Don the optional extras. Crash helmet might be better on track days, but not for today. Ignition on. Starter. Bye!
Looks like the Red Baron's in the mirrors. Time to let the fun begin.
I got 5th instead of 3rd. I've lost ground and I'm wild. Oh. He's off the track. He's off the track. Oh, now he's coming. He's coming. Down the inside. He's going down the inside. No, he's not. Block him. Shut me off. Whoa, who does he think he is? Formula 1 driver. I bet with his windscreen on, he doesn't care about his hair. Look at the state of mind. Whoa. The wrong gear, Tim! Oh no, I've lost him again! Come on then, Tim! What's he got? Oh, he's going down the inside! Whoa! He's got me off the brake! We nearly crashed! I've got him now. He got me with a massive lock-up. Come on then. I can't hear the engine, so I keep on hitting the limiter. Where is he? I got it down the inside, No! Lock the front brakes up. Well, I got down the inside this time. I can force him wide. He's gone wide. I tell you what, this Caterham stuff is tiring, but I'll wear him down. I'm a Le Mans 24-hour driver. You won't kill me, Woodman. You can keep going for as long as you want.
It's safe to say that driving a Caterham is one of the most fun experiences you'll ever have in a car. It's not about horsepower, money or luxury. There's just such a basic charm and a real thrill to being behind the wheel of one. So much so, I don't think either of us are quite ready to call it a day just yet.
doing?
Good.
How's your day?
Good.
Scoring goals? Oh. I'm not too sure that one's going to buff out, but more on that later. With the Kerber Sprint a distant memory and a baptism of fire first race at Mallory Park, it was all to play for in Scotland, where I desperately needed to try and win back some championship points in this Academy double-header. Welcome to Knockhill in Scotland for the third round of the 2021 Caterham Academy Championships. And it's fair to say things are hotting up. The honeymoon period is well and truly over. In terms of hotting up, I mean the driving, not necessarily the weather, although I'm told it is going to be quite nice over the weekend. But all the drivers are pushing that little bit harder, a little bit faster now that we're into the third round. As I soon found out on the very last practice session on Friday evening, where my fellow competitor, Paul Castle, got a bit carried away coming out of the chicane and stuck his car right on my exit. My tiny little brain went into overdrive, and knowing there was no chance of going to his right, I took my medicine and stuck it down the gravel on the left, which then left me perilously close to the barriers and ridiculously close to ruining my entire race weekend. A few more inches and I would have been in the tyre wall. It would have been game over. And this is round 3. Round 1 was the Kerber Sprint, where I managed to scrape a 4th place overall. Round 2, got a bit ambitious at Mallory Park, which was the first time we were all on track together, and span off on the 2nd lap, got back to 6th place, so it was all a good learning experience. Talking of learning experiences, my learned colleague here, Mr. Priday in car number 84, he certainly learned a thing or two as well, and I'm sure he won't mind me if he's not around telling you a couple of stories. The first one was he missed the start practice at Mallory, so he's looking at this, on the start line with a packed grid, he's looking for the 5-second warning board, which he missed. Next thing he knew, everybody was passing him on the start line, so he was just stood there like that. And then his second bit of wisdom, he thought he'd flash people out the way to confuse them in front of him. And now he's listening. He thought he would flash people out the way to get out of the way, but his light where he smashed it earlier, or where he hit someone earlier, was facing him. So all he ended up doing was give himself a face full of light. But it's all good learning for everybody. So Joe, this maybe will be the one to watch for this weekend. And you know what's amazing, actually, because Joe and Paul over there, they've travelled 500 miles from Exeter in Devon. Another guy there from Goodwood, he's travelled 500 miles. Well, I did 410 miles to get here, so it's incredible. Everyone's come from the width and breadth of the UK to be here. The only person that's local is Graham over here. Poor Graham, every single race so far, he's had to come down to England and travel hours and hours and hours. So this is about as local as it gets for him. So he's got no excuses. We're expecting good things from him this weekend. And there's one man that we have to watch. The winner of the Kerber Sprint was Ian Harris. He's in here doing some yoga, some meditating, preparing himself. See if we can disturb him. Ian, hi. I wonder if you could say a few words for the camera, because not only are you the favourite for Knockhill, the Kerber Sprint champion, but you're also a male model, pin-up model.
This is very true. These rumours are true. Paul, I was just trying to cheer myself up, so just watching your footage of your track.
Anyway, that's enough of that. It was nice to see you, and thanks for that. Tiff can't be here, sadly, but he's here in spirit. He's racing at Thruxton. But without further ado, for the magic of YouTube, here he is right now.
And also, by the magic of YouTube, I've got Paul now alongside me to look back through the race.
Not sure whether I want to do this, to be honest with you. Should we kick off?
Yes. So you qualified fourth for the first race, behind the championship leader, Jeff Newman, on pole, then equal second of the championship, Fred Chaddick, equal second of the championship, Mark Jones, equal second of the championship, you, all the top boys up front. And you made a brilliant start.
It was wicked, wasn't it? I was chuffed with that.
That's really good, Paul. Can we look back on board? Have you got your on board?
I've got my on board.
Okay,
Of course I've
great.
got my on
Right,
board.
let's watch again from on board.
What a start! Look, I couldn't believe it myself, to be honest.
It was all right. It was all right. What's the secret, do you think, of your starting success there?
There is no... I'm going to get the editor to blur my rev counter because there's no way I'm going to give away that secret. But, God, that was a great start. And I managed to hold the lead into the first corner, which is very important as well.
So now you held the lead right around to the hairpin on the first lap. And then a bit of more controversy we'll find as we follow the race now. You're looking good at the moment. So here you are then, leading down to the hairpin on the first lap, holding the middle of the road, blocking everyone. Jeff comes down, he goes from about fourth to, and then, hold on, what was that there? What was that there? Hold on, stop that. You're not allowed to do that.
I'm so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed. I apologise to Jeff for that. But I thought he tagged me purposely, but I still should have reacted.
You shut the door. It was. You could have given a bit more room.
No, I could not.
You should have known he was there.
No, I
it was
could not.
your line. You're correct.
Yes,
the
thank
impact
you.
was his fault. But all this.
I know. Disgusting. Disgraceful. I'm very embarrassed. But the crowd watching on the left-hand side, they all chuckled and laughed.
1 minute you say
I'm a crowd pleaser. What can I say?
Because you like pretending you're a racing driver now. You're pretending you're not a TV person. You're a racing driver. When you're a racing driver, you don't. That stewards, you can be damned for that. You get disqualified.
I'm very, very, very embarrassed, and I've apologised, as I said.
Hello and welcome back to Caterham Motorsport Round 1 at Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. If you've just joined us, my name's Sam Parker and I am joined by Chris Hutchinson, who is in the commentary box, who I'll pass to in a moment. But we're here for race number 3 of the afternoon, and it's the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. So we've got a very busy grid. I'll pass you over to Chris now to say hello.
Hello and welcome back to another episode of Caterham action here at Brands Hatch Indy. We are here for the first weekend of Caterham Motorsport. You can see the blue sky slightly abated. We've got a bit more of a cloud cover now and less sun in the air, but we are out with the 310R championship races. So they had their qualifying session earlier on today, and there's such are their numbers this weekend. There are 40 cars that qualified out there that they cannot run all on a single grid. So instead they have to run in ABC grid format. So after qualifying, they all spread into 3 grids. And we've got a driver interview with Tom Willis, who's starting on pole for this first race. So over to you, Sam.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, we're with Tom Willis, who is our pole sitter for this afternoon. Hi, how are you doing? Are you feeling confident about this afternoon's race?
Probably not. It's my first race since July, so going to be a little bit rough around the edges, but happy to put it on pole, so that's a good start.
Yes, well, I think that's you probably being called, but look, congratulations on pole and enjoy the race.
Thank you. Cheers.
Okay, I think that's all we've got time for. They are heading out onto the grid now, so back to you, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. And yeah, you can see them leaving assembly. They all leave it in their order. As I was just saying, as we cut over to that interview with Tom Willis on our pole position, they all qualified together as one big grid of 40 cars, but they have been split into 3, A grid, B grid and C grid. Each driver will have 2 races this weekend, but lucky us as viewers, we get to have 3 310R races. So today in this first race will be grid A versus grid B, I believe. The grid, as they're pulling out, it will be Tom Willis who will take pole position, and then it's Pete Walters alongside him, and then it's Ben Lopez Appleton and Harry Cook, and then we've got Tom Cockerell making his way up from Roadsport last year and skipping a step to get here, and then Blair McConaughey was the champion in 270R, so he's making that step up into the 310R this year, so he's made his upgrades. Jack Sales, a returning driver on row 4, so 7th place for Jack Sales, another driver I used to race with week in, week out from 2013 onwards, alongside Alan Curtis in 8th place, so he is returning this year, so making a good fist of that. David Yates is on the row 5 in 9th place. David Yates was a front runner towards the tail end. He started the year in the 7 UK Championship cars last year, but he is going to be starting in that 9th place alongside Carl Jones, who make out that top 10. So this is the 310R Championship. This is the 4th level of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and they've basically, it's still the Academy car, but they've upgraded it 4 times to get to this level. They've got more power. They've got now 152 odd horsepower. They run in the with the ZZS tyres still, but now they have also got a limited slip differential. That's one of the biggest differences between the cars, the 270R and this car, is as well as a bit more power, they also have that limited slip differential. We're now running this as the first of their 2 races. Like I said, we're going to have 3 races in total, but each driver will only take part in 2 of those. And they are 30-minute races. So all the 2 races we've watched so far, the 7UK and the Roadsport races, have been 20-minute races. So in this one, we get treated to another 10 minutes and have a full half an hour. The grid here. So these drivers have been driving these cars sometimes up to 4 or 5 years, maybe even more. You can stick around in this championship. You don't have to move on as you do in the Academy and Roadsport. And many drivers do choose to do that, and Tom Willis certainly has been driving the 310 before, alongside Pete Walters there in 2nd place in the grid. Pete Walters, runner-up, I think, last time out in the last year's racing. Yeah, he came 2nd in that 310R grid last year, so he's back to see whether he can go one better. And then alongside him we've got Ben Lopez Appleton, who had a tricky start to last year, didn't sort of perform as well as he would have liked, but he's back there, clearly up right at the sharp end. Ben Lopez Appleton, we're just looking at David Yates in the 15 car there. So he had a number of podiums last year, didn't quite manage the win. I think he's had 2nd place a number of different times, but I don't think he's yet managed to win in the Caterham Motorsport ladder, so he will be keen to do so. Jack Sales there, a TN accountancy driver, returning, like I say, for the first time. He actually used to drive what was the 420R, is now the Caterham 7 UK champion car, and he's had a couple of 3rd places in that grid. There's 43, that's Alan Curtis. Again, continuing his good form. He's took a step forward at the end of 270R last year. He's upgraded his car to 310R format, and he'll be looking to push forward and make a good progress this year as well. So good to see Alan right up there in the mix as well. We are missing, I say, a 3rd of the drivers that we have here racing 310 in this grid. They will be out racing 2 races tomorrow, but you can still see there's plenty of cars. It shows how popular this series is when there's still this many cars and we're missing a 3rd of them. So as they come round then to align themselves back up on the grid, it'll take a little while to get them all in order. Dan Clover just did a bit of avoidance there, it looked like. There's the tail of the field coming through. But yeah, Tom Willis on pole. He's in the silver and black. He's actually a guest driver this year. He can't do every single round, so he will be considered a guest driver, I believe. But Pete Walters, perennial front runner, champion at the front. Tom Willis, a multiple Caterham champion. Ben Lopez Appleton there in the 3rd place, and Harry Cook alongside him. Harry Cook having many good races last year. Tom Cockerell making that step up alongside so from the where he just missed out on the Roadsport Championship. I think he came 4th in that, and then Blair McConaughey in 6th place on the grid. So who is going to make the best start? Are we going to see a clean start? We've seen several clean starts that then have sort of failed when we've got up to Druids, so hopefully they'll all get the message and we'll do that. Watch for 4th place on the grid. Sometimes that's a really quick starting grid spot, so there's always a chance that that 4th place will make it into the first turn first. Slightly off camber. We're going to get the green flag at the back of the grid though. You can see the marshal there waiting. The last person is, the green flag is shown, so the drivers will be shown the 5-second board. The lights will come on, and then in about 7 seconds we'll get this race underway. now. So it's Tom Willis off the line, making a reasonable start. Pete Walters maybe making a better start. Jack Sayles, poor start off the line there, getting a bit swamped. We see David Yates making up progress off those lines. Really tight and twisty. It's tight into the paddock hill bend, but they made it. Tom Cochrane in the red car at the inside. But it looks like Willis has made into turn 1 in first place, and he is followed by Walters. And then it looks like Blair McConaughey up from 6th place to 3rd place in that opening exchange. So he certainly benefited from all the cars sort of going left and right. So they, I think, were 4 or 5 wide. It's Harry Cook there side by side with Alan Curtis maybe going around through Graham Hill Bend. They do all filter through. Remember, these are highly experienced drivers now in their Caterham 310Rs. They will be using that extra horsepower to good effect. But Tom Willis currently in that lead place ahead of Pete Walters in the black and white machinery. There's Jack Sayles, so dripping down a little bit through the order from his starting position, so he'll be looking to recover that. But we've seen a change for that lead. Walters now in front, and McConaughey straight into that 2nd place over the line there. Willis holding on around the inside though. Remember, this is a 30-minute race, everybody. You can make up places now, but it's certainly not going to define your end result. But Walters out front, ahead of Blair McConaughey, and then it's side by side. I think that's Ben Lopez-Appleton versus Willis, and then a little bit further back there's now Carl Jones, I think, in the green machine there. So great early progress. We're going to see plenty of action. Just having to pull Ben Lopez-Appleton missing a gear. It's 2nd to 3rd gear in these cars is extremely difficult to get reliably, and it can be causing problems. And you'll see that occasionally, that cars will like miss a gear, and you'll see them sort of drop out the field a little bit. But yet he's now recovered back up to speed, so I think that probably is what happens. We're looking at a wing sat in the gravel trap there. Can I see anyone? I can't see any cars missing a wing at the moment. But Blair McConaughey now having to defend up the inside from Willis, and a little bit further back that looks like Carl Jones now up higher. Let me check that for you. But yeah, in the lead definitely is the Walters black and white machine with Blair McConaughey, and then Willis was next up. Just looking down through the field, and that is the number 52 car, and that is, sorry, let me just check my timing screens, I'll find that in a minute. But yeah, out front, down through the straight up into Surtees again. That is Harry Cook there in the number 9 car. He's set the fastest lap on that previous time through, 53.555. Can expect to see that drop maybe a second and a half more by the time they actually fully get up to speed and everything's dialed in and they get a little bit more settled into this race. Oftentimes this opening 10 minutes is that settled in period. You have the initial excitement of the race start, but yeah, we expect to have a kind of settled in period. You can see that front sort of 7 or so drivers pulling a little bit of a gap over the following car. Looks like Alan Curtis, and maybe having a fight there a little bit back with, I think that's Jeff Price he was having a fight with, but Walters still leads the field as they head off down to Graham Hill Bend. Was Carl Jones in that 4th place in the green machine. You've got a car stuck on the inside of the track there. Not sure, that might be McLean who's showing us having dropped down the field, so maybe that's Angus McLean stuck on the inside. We see the yellow flag and the green flag. It's not in a traditionally dangerous spot, so they may choose to continue this race without the safety car. We've already seen the safety car this morning, and maybe we will see that continue, and they'll just get a yellow flag for a couple of laps until the driver's safe, and everyone's had the opportunity to see that car. But we will, he's looking for the marshals for instructions about what to do, and it looks like they've just instructed him to jump out and get behind the barrier. So this lead car track a pack of 7 or 8 cars there, back to Cockrell, who crossed the line in 8. So it's the lead 8 cars who have got a bit of a gap over the followers. But there's 88. Pete Walters, a perennial front runner last year. He was the only other person to win, really, I think, other than Lewis Thompson. You can see we've got the driver behind the barriers now. So the yellow flag still waving now, but it might be that they just withdraw that in the next couple of laps. Pete Walters, yeah, always at the front of these 310i races. He's been there and thereabouts, a Caterham champion from times gone by. But Lewis Thompson, who won last year with 310, has moved on up to the Caterham 7 UK Car Championship. So Walters will be looking to solidify, but we had Blair McConaughey, multiple Caterham 270R champion last year, taking a step up ahead of his main rival through his Academy Roadsport and 270R ladder, which is Tom Willis. Tom can't do the full season, but he's injected his car right in this lead battle. just ahead of Carl Jones, who is again a regular front runner. He didn't start. He started a little bit further back down. I think he started in 10th place in the grid, so he's made up some good places early on in the race. As they flow on down towards Surtees once more. A little bit of a tentative look up the inside there by the 71 of Alan Cooper. So Alan Cooper is returning back into the grid from a little hiatus. He's had a little time away, but he is back this year, and he's chosen the 310R Championship, rubbing the actual rear wheel arch of Carl Jones there. He's looking this way and that. He's going up the inside now of Carl Jones into paddock, so that's going to move him now up into 4th place. So that's Alan Cooper. His dad's also in this race, Kevin Cooper. He's a bit further back down the field at the moment. It's 3 wide or 2 wide going up into Druids that time through. Everything is coming back together again, isn't it, with Blair McConaughey there in 2nd place, and then Willis in that 3rd place. But they are not done. They are not chosen their final running order just yet. Alan Cooper's going to see whether he can stick his nose in where they don't want it to be, and he's going to the outside of Surtees. Can see the outside of Surtees work, but you need a good bit of momentum to get that done. Carl Jones, after making those initial places up, is under threat now from behind. I think that's Harry Cook behind him, and then following on again is Lopez Appleton and then Cockerell. Cockerell making that step up into the 310R Championship this year. Side by side for the 2nd place. There's Alan Cooper going around the outside, around Tom Willis, not able to hold on just that time through, but he did have a good run of momentum, so he'll be looking to make that stick. Harry Cook up the inside, Blair McConaughey up the inside of Pete Walters for the lead. So excuse me while I missed that battle happening, but Tom Willis is staying in that 3rd place, and Jones is pressuring Alan into that 4th place, but Alan Cooper maintains that 4th place ahead of Carl Jones. So yeah, I said it was probably settling period for this first 10 minutes, but I don't think the drivers got that memo. It's David Yates in the blue machine, followed by Jack Sales, so we saw them having a little bit of issue. They had to get past Alan Cooper, Alan Curtis a bit earlier in the race, and that's held them up, but they look like they're trying to get across that gap to join that front battle. There's Curtis followed by Price. I think it's Dan Clayfan in that. Yeah, that's Dan Clayfan following Jeff Price as well. So plenty of action in this opening. Only 8 minutes of the race gone. We've still got 22 minutes of this race to go, so still plenty of time to develop and plenty of action. I'm sure these drivers are enjoying themselves out there. His first race back this season. Carl Jones absolutely diving up the inside there. There was a Caterham shaped hole, and he decided he was going to shove his car in there. Alan Curtis now looking again to see whether he can make a move back. None of these moves are going to be decisive at this point. There's the battles are. The only thing they have to be careful of is not to lose out the distance to cars in front of them. If they do that, then we do see gaps sometimes appear around side by side, and that was Cockerell and I think Ben Lopez Appleton. That's number 5 car there, Lopez Appleton. Going around side by side through Surtees. That's never a comfortable place to be for any driver. Walters has put himself back out front, and now McConaughey and Willis reinvigorating battles of old in that 2nd and 3rd place. McConaughey sort of using an attack as a period of defence. Tom Willis not able to yet pull ahead. If these 3 would work together, then they may well spring a gap, so that maybe they'll spot in their mirrors that 3rd for the 4th place battle has actually opened up a slight gap, and they may well start to communicate. You see a lot of hand signals and communication between drivers. Not all of them mean the same thing, but we'll keep an eye out for hand signals. And got Walters trying to shake the toe. You can see him sort of weaving to the inside of Surtees there to try and get rid of and shake the cars behind him. As he drifts on through around clearways again, so they've got the limited slip rear differential in these 310R race cars. They've 152 horsepower at their disposal as well, and they are extremely fast capable machines, setting times currently in the sort of 53 seconds lap bracket, and I expected to see that drop. The 52.9 is the fastest lap we've seen out on track, as Walters and McConaughey defends up the inside again. Pole position was a 52.6, so I guess conditions out on track at the moment, there's maybe another half a second if they can find all that time out in this race. We often see faster laps in the race than we do in qualifying because of the toe that's in play. Still, that car's still on the inside there. As I said earlier, they have withdrawn those yellow flags, so they are free to race all the way through Surtees, and their lap is clear. They've been made aware of that car. We see that Lopez Appleton drifting a little bit wide. There's Cockrell now having to defend from David Yates. So Yates has made it across that gap through to the rear of Tom Cockrell. Jack Sales with a loose front mudguard there. That's not going to be helping his car, but he's also ready to join this battle as well. We just spread out the field a little bit as the battles all sort of develop between themselves. You will see these gaps appear, and then eventually they will disappear again once everyone's settled down into their new running order. That's kind of traditional effect that happens here around Brands Hatch. So this front 9-10 cars are still all there. I think we're probably going to get up to 11 cars by the time Jack Sales joins the party, but they've got a fairly substantial gap back. But Pete Walters, meanwhile, whilst we've been talking about this midfield, has managed to pull a little bit of a gap. There's Alan Curtis in his machine there, enjoying his first race weekend back, no doubt. Alan Cooper, enjoying his first race weekend back. Another driver I've had the pleasure of racing against in my 310R championship winning year. And he was as part of that, and it's great to see him turning laps again in his 310R. There's Harry Cook ahead of him. We've got still that battle on for second place. While they disagree continually about this second place and who is going to take that second place, I think there was a little hand signal there to say let's go. They have now dropped away from Pete Walters, and more importantly behind them the next driver up, and that's Cook, is ready to join them in battle. So whilst they've been able to battle with each other without having to look in their mirrors, now they're going to have to look forward and backwards all at the same time. And yeah, it's certainly not going to be an easy job for them. They're having to drive in their mirrors and out front whilst staying as close as these drivers do to the cars all around them. What a stunning sight it is. So remember, this is grids A and B. This is not all the drivers. Such is the strength and depth. Willis diving to the inside round Paddock, or going into the inside of Paddock Hill Bend. He looks like he's got it alongside, and that's allowed Cook to catch right up as it has Cooper as well. So that battle looks like it's going to be a four-way battle for the second place. And further back we've still got sort of a battle with Jack Sales now fighting with Tom Cockrell around the outside of Druids. And behind them we've got Price and Curtis still in their battle with Clayfan Jones, and that's Fraser Jones, and then Wes Payne in that sort of pearlescent colour, and he's followed by Darryl Creswell in the pink and blue coloured machine. So the battle's going on all the way up and down this field. But yes, it's very intoxicating, these 310Rs. They're highly experienced Caterham racers, all of them. They've been through multiple steps, many of them starting in the Academy 3 years ago, if not more. And so they know what they're doing out on track. And Brands Hatch is one of those tracks where you do learn how to drive it and what you need to be fast around here. I saw that the times in qualifying were extremely close between everybody. That lead gap is starting to look pretty final at this point. We're not quite halfway through the race, but these 4 cars or 5 cars here, all joining for that second place battle, have not decided who it is that's best to lead it. They look like they're pretty set on their way, and Pete Walters is be looking in his mirror and be pretty happy with what he sees. Got a fairly comfortable, for a Caterham around Brands Hatch, that's a fairly comfortable gap at this point, although it doesn't take more than one half mistake and that gap will be gone straight away. So he will be also having to work very hard, as I see all the cars drifting around with the limited slip diff in these 310R machines means that they can get the power down and they can actually have a bit of oversteer to play with on power oversteer. So that's what they look like they're doing. They're certainly drifting around clearways that can often be the quickest way. McConney having a tentative look up the inside again, but I think that was more of a defensive manoeuvre. Alan Cooper looking like he might try and get that overlap coming up the hill. Has he got it done? We saw issues in the 420R race doing that. He managed to get across without the contact that we had in the 7 UK race earlier. And there's Cook also looking now. He's going to be nuisance towards Alan Cooper in that 4th place. Ben Lopez Appleton diving up the inside there, and yeah, a good move into. He was a kind of opportunistic move, but a good move nonetheless. I think some hand signals there saying let's go get them. They're all capable of keeping in this lead group, but it's at the moment with 15 minutes to go. They're where you would normally have a consolidation period of the race. We've not had any of it. They have been absolutely relentless from start to finish. There is this lead, the battle for second place. Tom Willis has led most of those laps, hasn't he, with Blair McConney now losing his front left wing, so it shows how close they're all running. It only takes a sort of slight brush of those wings to make them lose their adhesion with their wing stays. I think this is the Welch and looks like That's Chris Welch in the red car there, and in the 99 car is, let me just find it on my list. Apologies, that's Curly at the back there, and it doesn't matter where you look on this 310R grid, there are battles up and down, and you can see that Chris Welch there looking up the inside. He's an experienced Caterham driver, he knows what he's doing, but nevertheless the battle's all the way up, and you can see the cars just in front of them. So whilst we've been concentrating at the front of the field, these battles further down the order rage equally and in the same kind of way, and they will always have their stories when they get back to the assembly area or the part firmly after the race is finished. So yeah, this grid of 26 cars we're missing with the missing a third of the grid, like we say. We'll see them all in action tomorrow, but we're back to that battle for second place, and that's Alan Cooper again up the inside of Druids. They're not having any rest, are they? You have to have a strong constitution to race these Caterhams around Brands Hatch, and they are making a good fist of it at the moment in this battle, although they are letting Walters disappear off up the road. There's that flapping wing, which seems to be a signal. The battle for the following Yates and Sales battle looks like they've sort of slipped off the back of this. They had a bit of trouble getting through Cockrell, I think, and that stalled their battle, which, again, with 13 minutes to go, I don't think there's going to be any issue. They could rejoin the fights, but at the moment they are slightly distanced, as we see. Once again, McConaughey ran the inside. Are we going to have 3 wide into pad at that time? As the race develops, we'll see more and more of the drivers sort of taking more of a risk into the corners like that. Willis protecting the inside, and then Cooper looking around the outside, and he's going to make that stick. He's got a little bit of a run over, and that means that he has now got the position that he can take over Blair McConaughey. Without Blair had no answer to that. Once you go around the outside like that and you've got a bit of momentum, there's nothing the driver on the inside can do. The outside of the corner turns to the inside of Graham Hill, and Cooper showing he's got all the skills needed to be back in the field and battling at the front. He's now moved himself up into I think that's for 3rd place. And there he goes round. So Walters is still disappearing off up into the distance. He's got a 2.9 second interval, so we'll keep an eye on that, see whether it grows any more. Whilst these are all battling, so Cooper immediately going for the outside around paddock. He's pinching Willis on tight to the inside, but they do filter on through. But this is how Walters is able to disappear off up the inside. You can see it's already grown to 3.5 that one lap later, as the battles continue to head off round Druids, and that we'll just see that gap continue. 2 cars going side by side through paddock cannot go as quickly through that corner as they can single file. However, I think that Willis might have missed a gear there. You saw a rear end contact there, and I think that was where Willis missed a gear. He's now having to look in his mirrors, and Coop had nowhere to go. He had the extra speed, but he just didn't have anywhere to use it. So he has had a little bit of a bash on the front of his car. It didn't look enough that it will cause any radiator problems, but it's certainly something to keep an eye on. At the moment, I think he's got away with that, and again diving out from behind the toe. The toe in these cars is powerful, and you can see that Alan Cooper around the outside pinching again. Willis down to the inside of Paddock Hill, and there's quite a nasty bump down on the inside there, so Willis won't be having the most comfortable racing going on down there. And behind them it's just as equally as intense. A little bit of hand signals gesturing there from Harry Cook, I think, on Ben Lopez-Appleton. Not happy with something out of Paddock Hill that time round. Still in front. He's having to have a wide car today, hasn't he? Caterham are not a particularly wide car, but he's making his as wide as he can around this Brands Hatch circuit. Blaine McConaughey, he's still got that flapping wing. It looks like it might hold on for the duration, so he will have to just ignore that out of his peripheral vision as he heads on round again, drifting, not making the apex there. I've seen that a couple of times from McConaughey. So perhaps when he starts making the apex he'll make more of an impression, but Cooper is to the outside of, and he's got that momentum round the outside. He's able to squeeze again down, but Willis is relentless into that. He's willing to be late on the brakes even on that tight inside line. We've got a little bit of overlap though this time, so he will lose out to Cooper as they come up into Druids this time. And behind him Lopez-Appleton is shoving it up the inside of Blair, and that looks like it might well come off, and it does. So we've had it all change again. Willis down the inside of Graham Hill this time. It is absolutely relentless. So Blair McConaughey locking up a wheel there, so he is now going to slip from what was 3rd place all the way down. And Willis is just having an issue around this part of the track again, so that's 2 laps in a row. And Carl Jones there, we're looking at David Yates and Jack Sales all trying to get back to this lead group. It's all shuffled. There's McConaughey hanging it out again. With this 30-minute race, the tyres can go off. I mean, one set of tyres that aren't going off is Pete Walters now 5 seconds in the lead. This lead gap is growing over a second per lap, and that will continue to happen as these fights are going, around every single corner. They're deciding out who's going to do it. Tom Cockrell in the red and white machine back in this battle after looking like he'd been a bit distanced. So again, these gaps are appearing and then disappearing, and we have now got that run of 8 or 9 cars coming down. Looks like another misgear out of Drew is there, that time for Ben Lopez-Appleton, who's now having to defend from Cockrell, who gets pushed onto that greenery on the outside there. There is actually a sensor. McConaughey looking up the inside of him, up into Surtees. We said that's not a comfortable place to be, but the outside of Surtees does turn the inside of Clearway, so Tom Cockrell holds on for now, and now Blair's going to have to be careful about Carl Jones behind, then Yates, then Sales. There's no rest at all, and as soon as you get shuffled out the line, as has happened to Blair Mahodji 1 lap ago, bit of a lock-up meant he pushed back and had to get back up speed. As soon as you lose that momentum, you can drop like a stone, and Blair at the moment is going to have to prevent that from happening by holding on. Tom Cockrell wide out of paddock. That's going to be a slow hit up the hill moment for him. He's drifting onto that gravel, never a good thing, but he did get out. He managed to avoid being buried in that, so that's one good thing. We've still got 3 wide as we come down to Graham Hill Bend. They will have to sort that out before they turn in. Jack Sales at the moment happy to just sit and watch the cars in front of him. So his return back into this championship, it'll be a bit of a culture shock to be such intense racing just in front of his nose. Absolutely nothing between these cars. Lopez Appleton now ahead of Cook, who's ahead of Cockrell. They head on round. Then it's McConaughey, then it's Jones, and then it's Yates and Sales. What a sight it is, and this is we're lucky to have 3 of these 310R races this weekend, such as the size of the grid. A little bit of mistake. That looks like Harry Cook. Is that Cook, or is Ben Lopez Appleton off into the gravel? Can he keep the momentum? He does. He's gone through the thick part of the gravel and he's rejoined. He's dragged a bit of stones onto the racing line, but he'll be lucky to have got out there at all. And you can see he had such a gap that actually he's still ahead of Price, so that puts him back down in about the 11th position as they come out round. So it's a shame. He just looked like he just took a bit too much speed out of into paddock and just couldn't control it. Got on the dusty part and off he went into the gravel. So it's that second place battle still on. It's Alan Cooper versus Tom Willis. At the moment Tom Willis is back in front. Sales now looking at the inside of David Yates. These two have battled through the years as well, so they're used to each other out on track. There's Cook overtaking Gleich in the white and fluorescent yellow car. That's a back marker, happily moving out the way, letting all the lead cars through so their battles can continue unabated. Cockrell has made some steady progress since we've seen him drifting back a little bit early in that race, but he's now ahead of Blair McConaughey. He still looks like he's having oversteer problems in that car. Maybe the angle. I started making a point, we never got to finish it earlier, that with the 30-minute races, these tyres can change their dynamics as they heat up, and as we get towards the end of this race, they can, especially in hot weather. We're not in particularly hot weather today, but nevertheless, they've been working those tyres extremely hard. And the dynamics of the car can have an issue. We're getting a track limits infringement there for car 73. That is a Dan Clay fan. I wonder whether that is a full-on penalty at the moment. So you basically, you can use any of the grey parts of the tarmac, you can use up to the white line, and you can use any of the striped curbing, the blue and white curbing, but what you're not allowed to do is drive your car on any other bits of the track. So beyond that red and white curbing that we can see there's the green part, which they're not allowed to be on. And if the marshals call you in, or you trigger sensors, which the MSV tracks tend to have, so they're automated sensors if you run over, you will get pinged for track limits infringement. And it's very much a part of UK motorsport now. David Yates locking up into Graham Hill that time. Jack Sales still sat behind him, waiting and watching. But yeah, if you can do that once without issue. If you get called up a second time, you'll get presented. That's Wes Payne and Alan Curtis. Look like they've had a disagreement around clearways, and there's debris. Or was that Druids? Sorry, and there's debris on the track. Wes Payne disappointed. Not the start to the season he wanted. He's come in from a good position. He says he's all right, but I guess his car is immobile and in an awkward place. There's also Alan Curtis is frustrated there, pulling to the outside of Graham Hill Bend, but both cars look like they're out of the race, and both also not in ideal positions. So again, we'll watch out for if there is going to be a late safety car, or whether they will cover them by yellow flags. You can see the yellow flag waving to cover off the Curtis car there, but definitely not the start of the season that he would have wanted either. fresh season always means new challenges, but sometimes it's disappointing. There's a little bit of a replay there. It looks like Alan Curtis had lost it, and Wes Payne just coming round. Druids just clipped. He wasn't quite able to avoid the car. Alan couldn't get his car out of the way in time for Wes Payne, and came round. So an unfortunate issue there. Whether Curtis was spun because of another issue, we don't know, but that's a disappointing end to both their races. Such a shame. But back to this battle then. So we've got Alan Cooper now in front of Tom Willis. Tom Willis as close as you like round the outside, looking around the outside and making it work for him. He has got the momentum around the outside of the paddock and actually making it stick where Cooper couldn't do that earlier on. Cockrell close behind him, then Cook. Yes, still they're not got the memo that they should have rests in these laps. They're going to be absolutely exhausted by the time they get down to those race podiums. And who is going to be on those race podiums is definitely not clear at this point. It looks like the marshals are dealing with those cars under waved yellow, so the drivers will be asked to be particularly careful around those waved yellows. We've got marshals on track. It's certainly something that we expect the drivers to be careful. 52.7 seconds fastest lap there for Tom Cockrell. In this championship you go, and in fact all Caterham championships, you gain a single point for getting fastest lap, so it is significant. It's the equivalent of taking a race position, and it looks like Alan Cooper's going to try and replay the favour around the outside of paddock. He did, he chopped across him unceremoniously, but Willis let him do it and had the momentum again. Some really wily driving there by Willis, and it looks like he might have enough speed up the hill to pull across and into the lead. We've got more gravel in the background. Looks like someone else may be off at paddock. That would have been someone in that following group. It looks like it's not part of this battle for second place, but it might well have been that Jeff Price group behind them. As we head on down round Graham Hill. We've still got 3.5 minutes of this race. We've got cars left and right. The drivers really having to navigate through, but Tom Cockrell is again behind this battle that was raging for this second and third, so he's in that fourth place, and he's stepping up from the Roadsport, I think, battles from last year. So he's taken skipped out the 270 and gone straight to 310, and he's showing very well in that 310. He's got Harry Cook right on his tail, and then Carl Jones is behind them. So Cooper to the outside again. Cockrell now looking like around the even wider outside. He'll be looking for maybe a cutback or the momentum down the hill. He is alongside Cooper as they go off down the hill. He's having to take to the outside of Druids, which is going to be hard to do, but he could still do it if Cooper gets a bit blocked, which he did. Willis just holding on. He's just, I mean, he's going to be absolutely exhausted and have a lot of stories to tell by the time they all get back. 2 minutes 40 seconds to go. Still plenty of time for action as we see this race-long battle for this second place, nose to tail around Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. What a fantastic sight it is, and I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am watching and commentating on it. Here's Willis again round clearance. Watch those cars drifting in this late race. There's the 5 of Cook following Cockrell, and then it's in front of him it's Cooper, and then Willis in that second place. The positions are definitely by no means settled. Cooper again having Cockrell having a massive bit of momentum around the outside. He may well get this stuck because Willis got held up by Cooper through the middle of the corner. Cockrell will have the momentum going down. However, Willis has still got the overlap, which will protect him into the Druids. There's a bit of disagreement as whose corner it was. Cockrell comes across late race antics. You're not going to give the room where you may have done before. So Cockrell has now moved into that third place. Tom Willis, who's been in second place for nearly the whole of this race, has suddenly been shuffled out of those top points paying positions. And Cook and Jones, and now Yates looking up at Jones with Jack Sales. Remember, we've got yellow flags around this track at certain points, so they want to be a bit careful about overtaking around these various corners. So just a little bit of caution there, but Cockrell drifting that car around clearways once more. Jack Sales still continuing to watch on in that 8th place. He's behind, and 1 minute to go. They're going to get this lap and then one more to finish this race off. We haven't seen him for a while, but that was Walters out front, and he's got a fairly substantial gap now. I think it's over 10 seconds his gaps. Back to this second place battle. It's Cooper now versus Cockrell for second place. It's Cooper up the inside of Cockrell, but now Willis is looking like there's a Caterham car shape that he excuse me as I stumble over my words, a Caterham shaped hole in there to insert his car back into. Remember, he's been running second place nearly the whole of this race, but shuffled back late. Jack Sales now starting to get edgy and looking like he wants to move forward. Remember, they're probably on their penultimate lap now, and it might have been Jack Sales had to ease out of that because there was still a yellow flag covering those cars. But Cooper currently in that second place position, Cockrell in third, and we've got Willis in fourth, and then Cook in fifth. and then Jones, and then Yates, close as you like. I think there might have been even a little bit of contact there between Cockrell and Cooper, but they're going side by side. Cockrell has got a fast car around the outside here. He is leaning on Allen as they go into, but Allen not giving up that place. They've disagreed, which means that the car behind, Willis, will have a good run on them as they go up through and up the hill. So Willis having to coming to see whether he can get Cooper up the inside, but no, it's all going to stay stationary, apart from Cockrell moving up into that second place. You can see that waved yellow, more contact, and with a waved yellow flag. They weren't actually up to the yellow flag, so officially that is before the yellow flag on track, but the marshals don't want to see that with the cars out on track. The timing has gone down to 0, so Pete Walters has disappeared off up the road, and he was at 11.5 seconds in the lead the last time through, and it looks like he'll grow even more. What a start to his 310R season. Runner-up last year to Lewis Thompson, but winner and the first race of the Caterham 310R Championship this year. Who is going to be second? Well, it looks like it's going to be Cockrell, and then in third place it looks like it's going to be Cooper. Will he be able to have a run towards this line? He's going to pull out, but I think he's going to run out of time. So it is Cockrell over the line in second, Cooper third. Willis, who was our second place runner for so long, is in fourth, and then it's Yates and Sales. So that Cook and Jones issue. So Jones coming through now, but Cook and McConaughey losing out in that battle. The issues up at Druids on that time through. Lopez Appleton still not through yet, so he may have been included in that issue as well. Jeff Price in the 10th place. So then we got Fraser, and then we got Chris Fraser, Fraser Jones, Darryl Creswell, Dan Clayfan into Wales is the sort of top 12 of that. But what a first race. And remember, we've got 3 of these races this weekend, so we've had one of the 3. That was Grid A versus Grid B, and tomorrow we will have B versus C and C versus A. So cannot wait for more of the same. You can see the battle scars. Pete Walters even not getting away with it. He's lost his front wing, and there's several cars still stranded out on track. You can see Wes Payne's car on the exit of Druids there. So confirmation of the result, Pete Walters takes that win, and the Tom Cockrell coming home 11.5 seconds behind, but he does take that second place. Great a debut for Tom Cockrell. Alan Cooper on his return in third place, another spectacular return drive. Tom Willis, a guest driver, but injecting himself right at the front there, just ahead of David Yates. Jack Sales on his return, a lot of returning drivers, aren't there? Carl Jones is in 7th, Harry Cook in 8th, Blair McConaughey 9th, and then rounding out the top 10 is Jeff Price. And then in 11th place, that's where we saw Ben Lopez Appleton come across the line after having been in that front group. Chris Fraser in 12th, then we've got Fraser Jones in 13th, Darryl Creswell 14th, Dan Clayfan 15th, Pete Wales in 16th, Duncan Cook 17th, Kevin Cooper 18th, 19th is Gary Curtis, 20th is Michael Curley. And then rounding out the grid, Chris Welch 21st, Steve Metcalf is 22nd, Martin Gleish is 23rd, and Alan Curtis, Wes Payne and Angus McLean were the 3 drivers that we saw having issues out there on track and not come back as they cars filter back in after that relentless 30 minutes of racing there for the 310R Championship. Remember, got another couple of races for the 310s this weekend, but we've had 3 races of our 4 today, so we've got one more still to come, and that is the Caterham 270R Championship, scheduled at 5:25, but we have been running ahead of schedule, so do keep the stream going, and we will see you in a bit for more of the same.
on, Tiff, come and check out this little bad boy. Look at it.
Look, it's taken me 2.5 hours to get here, and you can't rush a bacon sandwich.
That's true.
And you brought me here for a Caterham.
It's the brand spanking new Caterham 170S, the entry-level Caterham.
170, which means in Caterham divided by 2, 85 horsepower.
Yep.
Well, come on, Paul. The current entry level is the 270s with 137 horsepower. I mean, how's this going to compete?
The lightest Caterham ever built, 450 kilograms. It's like a postage stamp.
450 kilograms. Well, that sounds fun. It's about £7,000 cheaper than the current entry level.
Yeah, so this is going to cost you a shade under 23 grand. The 270 entry level is currently just about 30 grand.
With leather seats.
know.
They're not included in the £23,000 price now, are they? They're pretty extras. But
there's a few extras.
Leather seats. I'm getting interested now because Caterhams aren't famous for their comfort.
Brand new LED lights. These are a brand new thing for Caterham, so they're going to launch them on this car.
Is that it? You're going to be excited about LED lights now?
I'm just excited about the car.
It's the same bodywork, though. Same bodywork.
Same bodywork, different engine. It's a little three-cylinder turbocharged Suzuki engine, 660 cc.
How do you get into these
you
things?
ready for,
I never know.
for a drive already?
Well, I'm gentle. It's a road car, so let's just go. How do I get the door open? I can smell the leather.
You're right there. You want some help? Sadly, I'm going to have to be very close to you because it's quite tight. But I'll let you get in first. And
I've got to find a seatbelt. Wait a minute.
I want you to be comfortable.
How do I play? Oh, flip it now. I can't even.
With Tiff now comfortable, it was time for an all too socially non-distance road test around the track in this 170S.
It's lovely, isn't it?
I got
leather seats, comfortable leather seats.
Smell of it, the smell of the leather.
It's a bit closer. I've got to
Get out of the way, get out of it.
Whoosh!
It's quite perky on acceleration, isn't it?
It is perky on acceleration.
What's its 0 to 60 then, do you know?
We don't really talk about 0 to 60 with this car, to be honest with you, Tim. It's more about the fun and the enjoyment and how fast you can go around corners.
5-speed gearbox included.
It's really tight gearbox ratio, as you would expect.
Road suspension pack. Well, I wouldn't have thought anything else. I mean, it's a road car, therefore road suspension.
But you know what? It's still going to be fast around a track, isn't it? It's a Caterham. It's
full
light.
windscreen.
Thank you.
Unique key, gear knob and instruments.
Well,
What's unique about them?
They're unique to Caterham.
Leather panel, that's actually an extra 500 quid, so I wouldn't bother with that.
No, I don't think I'd bother with that.
Momo quick release, 150 quid, I wouldn't bother with that either.
I would probably get the nice Alcantara one as per my race car, but... Yeah,
as per my race car? Oh, have you got a race car? I didn't know that. You got a race... All right, okay, hold on a minute. Lowered floors, you know what that's all about?
Just to give you a bit more room, because, you know, I'm quite tall and all that.
Which bit they lower then, under the seats?
Under the seats.
That's 500 quid.
Whole floor panel, so that's good.
Here's the crunch. The diamond seat leather stitching, seat armrest, biscuit, tunnel top primary, £1,500.
They're beautiful seats, they're lovely seats. But I think the whole message is you can, like any car, have lots of optional extras. But you can buy this car for a shade under £23,000 or finance it for a couple hundred quid a month.
You can go a bit
and
faster
you've got a Caterham. And you've got a Caterham.
All right.
Whoa. The pedals are so close together. Take a bit of curve.
Oh, that took it. That was quite comfortable, wasn't it?
That was good.
Well, you can hit it harder next time.
I wonder what the brakes are like.
All right, go on. Let's have some real...
The brakes. 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 Ah, too early. Whoa, far too early.
Have you finished yet? Have you finished?
You know how I feel. What a brilliant little car.
The only thing is, if you turned up on a track day with this, people might look at you and think, well, that's just a road-going Caterham. I mean, that's the only disappointing thing about this 170.
Tiff Needell, today's your lucky day because let's pull in here and learn the hold. Look at that!
flipping boy racer. Oh, look, a nice suede Momo steering wheel. Very funny, very funny. Obviously, this is a left-hand drive demonstrator. Oh, but it comes with it's like a very handy optional extra, and a little press pack here. So this is the 170R version, same 85 horsepower. But it's 440 kilograms. That's 25 kilograms lighter. Better power to weight ratio, 192 horsepower per tonne. Sport suspension pack, a bit stiffer, I'm sure. What else is different? The price, £1,000 more. But those prices, 23,900, is the build yourself price. So in fact, the S that Paul was showing is more like 25,000, and this is more like 24, 26,000. So yes, more than we thought at first. Limited slip differential. Now that was important because that'll help me beat Paul, although I'm going to beat Paul anyway, but it'll be easier to beat him. I think he's a racing driver nowadays. A few Caterham races, Formula 1, Le Mans. Anyway, let's put the steering wheel back where it belongs. Sort out my racing harness to get in. Slide into the lovely carbon race seat. Don't sit on your belts when you're getting in. It's always a big error. Make sure you lift them first. Then it's just click number 1, 2, 3. Pull them all nice and tight. Don the optional extras. Crash helmet might be better on track days, but not for today. Ignition on. Starter. Bye!
Looks like the Red Baron's in the mirrors. Time to let the fun begin.
I got 5th instead of 3rd. I've lost ground and I'm wild. Oh. He's off the track. He's off the track. Oh, now he's coming. Down the inside. He's going down the inside. No, he's not. Block him. Shut me off. Whoa, who does he think he is? Formula 1 driver. I bet with his windscreen on, he doesn't care about his hair. What a state of mind. Whoa. The wrong gear, Tim! Oh no, I've lost him again! Come on then, Tim. What's he got? Oh, he's going down the inside! Whoa! He's got me off the brake! We nearly crashed. I've got him now. He got me with a massive lock-up. Come on then. I can't hear the engine, so I keep on hitting the limiter. Where is he? I got it down the inside, No! Lock the front brakes up. Oh! Well, I got down the inside this time. I can force him wide. He's not wide. I tell you what, this
Caterham stuff is tiring, but I'll bear him down. I'm a Motul 24-hour driver. You won't kill me, Woodman. You can keep going for as long as you want.
It's safe to say that driving a Caterham is one of the most fun experiences you'll ever have in a car. It's not about horsepower, money or luxury. There's just such a basic charm and a real thrill to being behind the wheel of one. So much so, I don't think either of us are quite ready to call it a day just yet.
There's a real allure to the idea of being a racing driver. On the what do I want to be when I grow up list, it's right up there with astronaut. It's associated with excitement, glamour and expense.
The thing is, you don't need all this fancy stuff to show off the Academy car. It's proper grassroots racing, but it's also probably the most affordable, cost-effective racing that money can buy for a proper racing series. And believe it or not, we've had this for 2 months now. Before we go any further, I wanted to have a deeper dive into the car and tell you what you need to participate in the Caterham Academy series. But first up, a quick history lesson.
In 1957, English automotive design engineer and inventor Colin Chapman built a lively little two-seater sports car. He wanted owners to be able to experience the pride of building their own cars and then take it on track, and came up with the mantra, simplify, then add lightness. And the 7 was born. Over 60 years later, Caterham still adheres to the original philosophy and turns out variants of the 7 with a lineup of models that range in power from 127 horsepower to 314 horsepower, with each car weighing just over half a tonne. The Academy is in its 26th year now, and with over 1,000 drivers taking part, it's considered one of Europe's most successful novice driver series.
And in terms of your car, for £30,000, which you can spread over finance for a couple of £100 a month, you get your very own road legal race car, which is yours to keep at the end of the series. And on paper, it doesn't sound like it packs the biggest of punches, but this is a Caterham.
The Academy car has a tuned 4 Sigma 1600 4-cylinder naturally aspirated engine. It has a maximum power output of 127 horsepower at 6,800 RPM, and it's not particularly earth-shattering in terms of torque with 150 Newton meters. However, its secret weapon is its weight, or lack of, topping the scales at around 550 kilograms.
All this means a power-to-weight ratio of 230 horsepower per tonne. Now here's where it gets a little bit confusing, because this car, when it's fully loaded with the roll bar and everything that you see here, weighs about 550 kilograms. The minimum weight that you can race in, that you must finish a race in, is 635 kilograms. So if, like me, you've got a paunch after the lockdown, you need to really consider your weight, because if you want to be super competitive and be at the top, weight, as we know in racing, means everything. And you have to finish your race 635 kilograms minimum, otherwise that's it. You don't get any points. And what that means with your power-to-weight ratio, 230 horsepower per tonne, is you've got a car that will take you from 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds and have a top speed of 116 miles an hour. And believe me, in that thing, anything over 100 miles an hour, you certainly know you're doing it.
Caterham fits special Academy tyres which are designed by Avon with low grip in mind. This is done to help teach car control. We all know it's easy to go in a straight line, however, corners are where most people tend to lose their speed. By having less power, less grip and a weighty roll cage, you'll learn the art of carrying speed through a corner without losing control. It also makes for some pretty dramatic racing. You see, less power doesn't necessarily mean less speed.
So for your £30,000, you get pretty much everything you need to race your car. You've got your roll bar, your harnesses, your fire extinguisher, you've got your rear rain light, which sadly we're going to need that in the UK. And everything is ready to race under the compliance of the BRSCC series. But like all manufacturers, there are optional extras such as tonneau covers, half doors, paint options. But the option I would tick before any other will be some sort of V-box, which essentially gives you racing data analysis on where you're going right, or sadly, more often than not, in my case, where I'm going wrong. So you can at least analyse it and study your data to try and get a little bit better.
Now don't forget, this is a Caterham and you can choose to build your car yourself.
Believe it or not, 40 to 50% of people, Caterham say, build their own Academy car, which I find quite astonishing, but it's a great way to know all about your car and how it operates and how all the nuts and bolts go together. And I've got to say, I've learned more in this last couple of months about mechanics of a car than I think I've learned in the last 30 or 40 odd years. And even though I didn't build my own car, I still felt part of the process from a very early stage because I was involved in the design of the car. And Caterham was brilliant. I fired through a few different design ideas and so did they. And we agreed on a livery that I thought was absolutely fantastic. And when the cover first came off with Simon Lambert at their headquarters, it was a real wow moment. There's been a bit of a curveball since then, and that was from me because subsequently our TV show On the Road has been sold internationally, which you'll see more about soon, and we're planning a Series 2, which will come out hopefully towards the end of the series. So we had to juggle things around a little bit to get the logos on the road. So you might have noticed, for those observant ones about you, it's changed a little bit from the day we picked it up. There's a little bit of a spanner in the works because although Caterham and MFX Wraps, who did the original wrap, were so helpful and would do anything for us to put the new logos on, we're based in the southwest, they're based in Gatwick. It's about a 360, 370 mile round trip. So we went to our local dealer to help us out. And there's 5 dealerships around the UK, so there's probably one fairly close to you. You've got Gatwick, Oakmere, Silverstone, Crazy Horse, and our local dealerships near Bristol is Williams Automobiles, who I've known for many, many years. And they put us in touch with a designer called Ikin from ICM Designs, who has the funkiest Caterham designs I've ever seen. He also does helmets and all sorts of really cool designs. I'm definitely going to use him for some other stuff as well. We agreed in the end that we wanted to keep with the original ethos that MFX Wraps and Caterham and I agreed in the beginning with the black, red and white. So we just changed things around just a little bit to accommodate the new logos and to make sure that we're still on brand. But he's a very talented guy, and I think I can get a helmet done from him in the future as well. So with the design in the bag, we went to another local company through Williams, who they use for their Caterham specialist wrapping called Shades Wraps. They're also in Bristol, and they put this together and took it apart, like, I think with their eyes closed. But we have before us the final design, the final Caterham car that you'll see for the rest of the season, hopefully all in one piece. And you might have noticed that we've stuck with black wheel arches and a black nose cone. In fact, loads of the Academy cars have done the same thing, and that's because it's real bumper-to-bumper, wheel-to-wheel racing, and you'll often finish a race without some of your body panels on the car. And the good news for me is Caterham are looking after my car, so they're going to replace any items I break, so I got nothing to lose. Those 50-50 situations, I'm going to have my elbows right out and try and muscle the little Caterham through any space I can possibly find. But having said that, I do love this car, and I'm probably, I would say, going to be the first media driver ever to want to buy their car at the end of the season. I've really become attached to it already. I'm hooked. I'm hooked on this Caterham experience and hope to go from the Academy to the next level up, which will follow in another video.
Of course, safety in motor racing is super important these days, and as such, you're required to have some fairly extensive gear, plus a few other bits thrown into the mix that may come in handy. This includes a big warm jacket and a bobble hat, fireproof underwear, often referred to as Nomex, a 770-piece Caterham Lego set, optional, a full-face crash helmet, this one's painted by Piers Dow, which should knock a second off my lap times, a snazzy set of fireproof overalls, some kind of FHR front head restraint, which is typically either a hands device or a hybrid FHR with body straps, and a nice pair of gloves.
So there you have it. Your £30,000 gets you your very own road legal race car. It also gets you a racing license, tech support from Caterham, and lots of other guidance from Caterham as well. It gets you, of course, the racing, but I think most importantly, you become a racing driver.
Bye.
Come on, Tiff, come and check out this little bad boy. Look at it.
Look, it's taken me 2.5 hours to get here, and you can't rush a bacon sandwich.
That's true.
And you brought me here for a Caterham.
It's the brand spanking new Caterham 170S, the entry-level Caterham.
170, which means in Caterham divided by 2, 85 horsepower.
Yep.
Well, come on, Paul. The current entry level is the 270s with 137 horsepower. I mean, how's this going to compete?
The lightest Caterham ever built, 450 kilograms. It's like a postage stamp.
450 kilograms. Well, that sounds fun. It's about £7,000 cheaper than the current entry level.
Yeah, so this is going to cost you a shade under 23 grand. The 270 entry level is currently just about 30 grand.
With leather seats, they're not included in the £23,000 price now, are they? They're pretty extras, but
there's a few extras.
leather seats. I'm getting interested now because Caterhams aren't famous for their comfort.
Brand new LED lights. These are a brand new thing for Caterham, so they're going to launch them on this car.
Is that it? You're going to be excited about LED lights now?
I'm just excited about the car.
It's the same bodywork, though. Same bodywork.
Same bodywork, different engine. It's a little three-cylinder turbocharged Suzuki engine, 660cc.
How do you get into these things?
Ready for,
I never know.
for a drive already?
Well, I'm gentle. It's a road car, so let's just go. How do I get the door open? I can smell the leather.
You all right there? You want some help? Sadly, I'm going to have to be very close to you because it's quite tight. But I'll let you get in first. And
I've got to find a seat belt. Wait a minute.
I want you to be comfortable.
How do I plug? Oh, flip it now. I can't even.
With Tiff now comfortable, it was time for an all too socially non-distance road test around the track in this 170S.
It's lovely, isn't it?
I got
leather seats, comfortable leather seats.
Smell of it, the smell of the leather.
It's a bit closer. I've got to.
Get out of the way, get out of it.
Oh shit!
It's quite perky on acceleration, isn't it?
It is perky on acceleration.
What's his 0 to 60 then? Do you know?
We don't really talk about 0 to 60 with this car, to be honest with you, Tiff. It's more about the fun and the enjoyment and how fast you can go around corners.
5-speed gearbox included.
It's really tight gearbox ratio, as you would expect.
Road suspension pack. Well, I wouldn't have thought anything else. I mean, it's a road car, therefore road suspension.
But you know what? It's still going to be fast around a track, isn't it? It's a Caterham. It's
full
light.
windscreen.
Thank you.
Unique key, gear knob and instruments.
Well,
What's unique about them?
They're unique to Caterham.
Leather panel, that's actually an extra 500 quid, so I wouldn't bother with that.
No, I don't think I'd bother with that.
Momo quick release, 150 quid, no, I wouldn't bother with that either.
I would probably get the nice Alcantara one as per my race car, but... Yeah,
as per my race car? Oh, have you got a race car? I didn't know that. You've got a race... All right, okay, hold on a minute. Oh. Lowered floors, you know what that's all about?
Just to give you a bit more room, because, you know, I'm quite tall and all that.
Which fit they lower then, under the seats?
Under the seats.
That's 500 quid.
Whole floor panel, so that's good.
Here's the crunch. The diamond seat leather stitching, seat armrest, biscuit, tunnel top primary, £1,500.
They're beautiful seats, they're lovely seats. But I think the whole message is you can, like any car, have lots of optional extras. But you can buy this car for a shade under £23,000 or financing for a couple hundred quid a month.
You can go a bit
and you've got a
faster
Caterham. And you've got a Caterham.
All right.
Whoa. The pedals are so close together. Take a bit of curve.
Oh, that took. That was quite comfortable, wasn't it?
That was good.
Well, you can hit it harder next time.
I wonder what the brakes are like.
All right, go on. Let's have some real.
Some brakes. 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 Ah, too early. Whoa, far too early.
Have you finished yet? Have you finished?
You know how I feel. What a brilliant little car.
The only thing is, if you turned up on a track day with this, people might look at you and think, well, that's just a road-going Caterham. I mean, that's the only disappointing thing about this 170.
Tiff Needell, today's your lucky day because let's pull in here and learn to hold. Look at that!
Flipping boy racer. Oh, look, a nice suede Momo steering wheel. Very funny, very funny. Obviously, this is a left-hand drive demonstrator. Oh, but it comes with it's like a very handy optional extra and a little press pack here. So this is the 170R version, same 85 horsepower. But it's 440 kilograms. That's 25 kilograms lighter. better power to weight ratio, 192 horsepower per tonne, sport suspension pack, a bit stiffer, I'm sure. What else is different? Oh, the price, £1,000 more. But those prices, 23,900, is the build yourself price. So in fact, the S that Paul was showing is more like 25,000, and this is more like 24, 26,000. So yes, more than we thought at first. Limited slip differential. Now that was important because that'll help me beat Paul, although I'm going to beat Paul anyway, but it'll be easier to beat him. I think he's a racing driver nowadays. A few Caterham races, Formula 1, Le Mans. Anyway, let's put the steering wheel back where it belongs. Sort out my racing harness to get in. Slide into the lovely carbon race seat. Don't sit on your belts when you're getting in. It's always a big error. Make sure you lift them first. Then it's just click number 1, 2, 3. Pull them all nice and tight. Don the optional extras. Crash helmet might be better on track days, but not for today. Condition on. Starter. Bye.
Looks like the Red Baron's in the mirrors. Time to let the fun begin.
I got 5th instead of 3rd. I've lost ground and I'm wild. Oh. He's off the track. He's off the track. Oh, now he's coming. He's coming. Down the inside. He's going down the inside. No, he's not. Block him. Block him. Shut me off. Whoa, who does he think he is? Formula 1 driver. I bet with his windscreen on, he doesn't care about his hair. Let us state of mind. Whoa. The wrong gear, Tim. Oh no, I've lost him again. Come on then, Tim. What's he got? Oh, he's going down the inside. Whoa! He's got me off the brake. We nearly crashed. I've got him now. He got me with a massive lock-up. Come on then, come on then. I can't hear the engine, so I keep on hitting the limiter. Where is he? I got it down the inside, I got it down the inside! No! Lock the front brakes up. Oh, bit of a oh! Well, I got down the inside this time. I got down the inside. I can force him wide. He's gone wide. He's gone wide. He's gone wide. I tell you what, this Caterham stuff is tiring. But I'll wear him down. I'm a Le Mans 24-hour driver. You won't kill me, Woodman. You can keep going for as long as you want.
It's safe to say that driving a Caterham is one of the most fun experiences you'll ever have in a car. It's not about horsepower, money or luxury. There's just such a basic charm and a real thrill to being behind the wheel of one. So much so, I don't think either of us are quite ready to call it a day just yet.
Everybody, how you doing? Good. How's your day? Yeah. Scored any goals? Oh.
What's happening? Brands Hatch. I always love coming to Brands Hatch, but Paul, what have you brought me here for?
I brought you here today for the Caterham driving experience with these wonderful looking cars. I like this in orange.
And what does it entail?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because first up, a bit of drifting, good fun, and then a couple of mystery challenges, which you're going to love.
And have you driven a Caterham before?
Get on to that in a minute. Come on, listen.
You haven't, have you?
No, I've never driven a Caterham.
And you that you're going to go drifter. You've got no chance.
This is what we've got to do now.
Looks easy, doesn't it?
I'm glad you think so.
Kick the clutch, get the wheels spinning, lift off, catch him with a throw, lift, catch, power, drift. And you've never driven a Caterham ever before?
Let's box, baby. Very good.
Well, you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Well, where's your silly helmet, your Union Jack one?
The moped's in for a service.
The moped's in. Get in.
Well, it'd been a while since I last went drifting, and let's be fair, he was always going to be annoyingly difficult to beat, but I still wanted to give him a bit of a run for his money.
He's going for it straight away. Not a good idea. It's a blur of hands with Paul. It's just... Helmet's on, ruins your hair.
Mate, he wants to get out. I don't know why. good control. He's annoyingly good at this.
So that was that was a lot of fun. The tyres were overheating.
The tyres were wrecked, and I blame Tiff, so the Caterham crew sorted out a fresh set of rubber, and I headed back out for a second run.
But those new tyres, they're gripping a bit better. He's better. That's good now. That's good, Paul. That was good now. Not too mad. Now ease off, ease off. That's good. Yeah, good. Right, okay. Yeah, now half throttle. Good. Now full throttle. Now off the throttle. Yeah, good. Now more throttle. No, oh, you had it. Then you had it.
Champion-elect!
Good, Paul. You're looking better. He's not really. I just said that to make you feel happy. He's got the slalom bit quite good. Now, this is it. Right, now more throttle. Now more. Off. Good. Yes! Yes! He can drift! He can drift! He can drift!
Before the car needed another pair of tyres, we moved on from drifting to see what else the Caterham driving experience could throw at us.
So here's the first of our mystery challenges, this 7310R. Nice colour.
Lovely. So what's the challenge?
Well, all you got to do is drive through the slalom. Simple as that.
Just drive through a slalom.
That's it.
After we've done all that drifting.
You go first. Come on, it'll be a lot of fun. Trust me, it's a mystery challenge.
But just to drive through a slalom.
Focus on that word mystery, Tiff. It's all about the start. Go as fast as you can at the start, okay?
Well, round the end.
Round the end. Are you going left or right to this cone?
I'm going left the first cone, obviously.
Okay. I forgot to tell you, the steering rack is upside down. Your left, your right, your right.
So that was funny, didn't you? You thought that was funny?
3, 2, 1, go. Ooh. They've detuned this, I'm so delighted to say, because you imagine if that had all the power. That's better.
Concentrating.
That's better.
I've got a bit tired.
Southampton, any new signings for the summer?
Stop talking to me.
Any new signings for the summer? Get the back end out. Oh, look, that's a nice tree over there, look. Oh, some nice people.
Oh, wrong, no, you went the wrong way again.
Oh, Tiff, oh, that's a shame. I want you to concentrate. Yeah, that's it. Do you always make that face when you concentrate?
Yes.
Yeah, nice, very nice.
So this is the hardest bit, is lining up at the finish.
Right, left, left, right, left.
Stop the clock!
Oh, that was good.
34.44. Go and show the camera, 30, so you can't cheat. 34.44.
That was very good. Okay, get out.
Get off. You imagine that people drive these to the Nürburgring and back.
Well, you want to know someone well, wouldn't you? It might work better if you steer, actually. Right, are we going to have a practice first, or are you going to just
No,
this
I don't have a practice at all.
So
you get 3 runs.
That's right, that's left.
Yeah.
Did you stay in first gear?
Yeah, God, wasn't okay. That was complicated enough. Raise up, ready, steady, go! Whoa! Wait. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa. No. No way.
Which way am I going? Oh, that way.
You're doing rather well. I'm very disappointed. You're obviously good, but it's all good now. Try and look.
Stop the clock! Yes! First go, 10 seconds! Get in there! Boom, shakalaka! Yeah! What's so difficult about that, Tiff?
Once Tiff came to terms with his crushing defeat, it was time for our third and final challenge.
I've got to say, I don't think I've ever enjoyed a discipline so much as that one.
You got lucky. Eddie, what have we got now? Don't tell me now it's the steering wheel's connected to the rear wheels or something.
Bog standard 360i. It's longer and wider, so
Lovely.
a bit more comfortable as well.
A bit more room for me. You were helped by that being short.
Come on, you go first.
No. I've learned now your tricks. You learnt a lot from me. You're going first on this one.
No problem at all.
Because there'll be some catch.
I'm going to have to take my shades off for this, even though it's very sunny.
Very unlike you.
Because
what?
You've got to wear these upside down goggles. Oh, that is horrendous. I feel sick already.
Oh, look, this is the long wheelbase, wide one.
Wider as well. Beautiful, isn't it? Inside.
I mean, there's a Nürburgring in this without being on top of each other.
You might be on your own there, son.
What can you see?
I can see. Oh, this is horrendous. Where's the wheel? Oh, you're not going to like this.
Are you ready?
Am I in gear?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
You're doing quite well.
Oh, I've lost
round the barrel.
This
No,
way
other
round.
side, other side.
When can I turn? When can I turn?
Well, I can't. That's your job, not being a
Come on,
navigator.
tell
What do you
me.
know? That's cheating.
I can't see a single
That's
thing.
your problem. Can't you turn your head left and look where you're going?
No, it doesn't work that way. But it's going to be quick. Oh yes. Oh yes,
Close.
baby. Oh yeah. You get ready to stop that clock, Tiff. Get ready. Stop the clock. Stop it.
No, you've got to stop the car.
Yes.
31.03.
Yes. You are not going to beat that.
How do you know where you're supposed to go? I can't do this. Oh, I've hit something now. What's happening now? Something's hooting.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Steady, go. Oh, flying start. Very good start. Okay, keep it tidy. That's good. That's very good. Keep it going. That's it. Well done. Very, very good. Getting a bit confident. Ooh, getting very confident indeed.
I've lost it. I've lost it. Where are they? There they are. I've lost them for a while. Am I on the right
You
track?
were doing so. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not allowed to navigate. Oh, where are you going?
Where's the next lot? I've lost them. I've lost them. I don't know where I am. And stop the clock.
Oh, well, that was a fun day, wasn't it? That's harder than it looks. Much harder than it looks. You've got to have a super intelligent brain. It's got to be wired up so incredibly accurately to be able to take these tasks on. No mere mortal can do these tasks, Tiff. Don't be upset with yourself.
Your brain's not wired
You need
right.
to be superhuman, Tiff.
I'm going back to proper driving.
I'm just going to relax in the sun, bask in my glory. on, Tiff, come and check out this little bad boy. Look at it.
Look, it's taken me 2.5 hours to get here, and you can't rush a bacon sandwich.
That's true.
And you brought me here for a Caterham.
It's the brand spanking new Caterham 170S, the entry-level Caterham.
170, which means in Caterham divided by 2, 85 horsepower.
Yep.
Well, come on, Paul. The current entry level is the 270s with 137 horsepower. I mean, how's this going to compete?
The lightest Caterham ever built, 450 kilograms. It's like a postage stamp.
450 kilograms. Well, that sounds fun. It's about £7,000 cheaper than the current entry level.
Yeah, so this is going to cost you a shade under 23 grand. The 270 entry level is currently just about 30 grand.
With leather seats. They're not included in the £23,000 price now, are they? They're pretty extras. But
there's a few extras
leather
on this,
seats. I'm getting interested now because Caterhams aren't famous for their comfort.
Brand new LED lights. These are a brand new thing for Caterham, so they're going to launch them on this car.
Is that it? You're going to be excited about LED lights now?
I'm just excited about the car.
It's the same bodywork, though. Same bodywork.
Same bodywork, different engine. It's a little three-cylinder turbocharged Suzuki engine, 660cc.
How do you get into these
you
things?
ready for
I never know.
a drive already?
Well, I'm gentle. It's a road car, so let's just go. How do I get the door open? I can smell the leather.
You're right there. You want some help? Sadly, I'm going to have to be very close to you because it's quite tight. But I'll let you get in first. And
I've got to find a seatbelt. Wait a minute.
I want you to be comfortable.
How do I plug? Oh, flip it now. I can't even.
With Tiff now comfortable, it was time for an all too socially non-distance road test around the track in this 170S.
It's lovely, isn't it? Leather seats, comfortable leather seats.
Smell of it, the smell of the leather.
It's a bit closer, I've got to say.
Get out of the way, get out of it.
Whoosh!
It's quite perky on acceleration, isn't it?
It is perky on acceleration.
What's his 0 to 60 then, you know?
We don't really talk about 0 to 60 with this car, to be honest with you, Tiff. It's more about the fun and the enjoyment and how fast you can go around corners.
5-speed gearbox included.
It's really tight gearbox ratio, as you would expect.
Road suspension pack. Well, I wouldn't have thought anything else. I mean, it's a road car, therefore road suspension.
But you know what? It's still going to be fast around a track, isn't it? It's a Caterham. It's
full
light.
windscreen.
Thank you.
Unique key, gear knob and instruments.
Well,
What's unique about them?
They're unique to Caterham.
Leather panel, that's actually an extra 500 quid, so I wouldn't bother with that.
No, I don't think I'd bother with that.
Momo quick release, 150 quid. No, I wouldn't bother with that either.
I would probably get the nice Alcantara one as per my race car, but...
Yeah, as per my race car? Oh, have you got a race car? I didn't know that. You've got a race... All right, okay, hold on a minute. Lowered floors, you know what that's all about?
Just to give you a bit more room, because, you know, I'm quite tall and all that.
Which bit they lower then? Under the seats?
Under the seats.
That's 500 quid.
Whole floor panel, so that's good.
Here's the crunch. The diamond seat leather stitching, seat armrest, biscuit, tunnel top primary, £1,500.
They're beautiful seats, they're lovely seats. But I think the whole message is you can, like any car, have lots of optional extras. But you can buy this car for a shade under £23,000 or finance it for a couple hundred quid a month.
You can go a bit
and you've got a
faster now.
Caterham. And you've got a Caterham.
All right.
Whoa. The pedals are so close together. Take a bit of curve.
Oh, that was quite comfortable, wasn't it?
That was good.
Well, you can hit it harder next time.
I wonder what the brakes are like.
All right, go on. Let's have some real...
The brakes. Brakes. Ah, too early. Whoa, far too early.
Have you finished yet? Have you finished?
You know how I feel. What a brilliant little car.
The only thing is, if you turned up on a track day with this, people might look at you and think, well, that's just a road-going Caterham. I mean, that's the only disappointing thing about this 170.
Tiff Needell, today's your lucky day because let's pull in here and learn the hold. Look at that!
flipping boy racer. Oh, look, a nice suede Momo steering wheel. Very funny, very funny. Obviously, this is a left-hand drive demonstrator. Oh, but it comes with it's like a very handy optional extra, and a little press pack here. So this is the 170R version, same 85 horsepower, but it's 440 kilograms. That's 25 kilograms lighter, better power to weight ratio, 192 horsepower per tonne, sport suspension pack, a bit stiffer, I'm sure. What else is different? The price, £1,000 more. But those prices, 23,900, is the build yourself price. So in fact, the S that Paul was showing is more like 25,000, and this is more like 24, 26,000. So yes, more than we thought at first. Limited slip differential. Now that was important because that'll help me beat Paul, although I'm going to beat Paul anyway, but it'll be easier to beat him. I think he's a racing driver nowadays. A few Caterham races, Formula 1, Le Mans. Anyway, let's put the steering wheel back where it belongs. Sort out my racing harness to get in. Slide into the lovely carbon race seat. Don't sit on your belts when you're getting in. It's always a big error. Make sure you lift them first. Then it's just click number 1, 2, 3. Pull them all nice and tight. Don the optional extras. Crash helmet might be better on track days, but not for today. Ignition on. Starter. Bye.
Looks like the Red Baron's in the mirrors. Time to let the fun begin.
I got 5th instead of 3rd. I've lost ground and I'm wild. Oh. He's off the track. He's off the track. Oh, now he's coming. He's coming. Down the inside. He's going down the inside. No, he's not. Block him. Shut me off. Whoa, who does he think he is? Formula 1 driver. I bet with his windscreen on, he doesn't care about his hair. Let us state of mind. Whoa. The wrong gear, Tim. Oh no, I've lost him again. Come on then, Tim. What's he got? Oh, he's going down the inside. Whoa! He's got me off the brake. We nearly crashed. I've got him now. He got me with a massive lock-up. Come on then. I can't hear the engine, so I keep on hitting the limiter. Where is he? I got it down the inside, I got it down the inside! Lock the front brakes up. Oh, well, I got down the inside this time. I got down the inside. I can force him wide. He's gone wide. He's gone wide. He's gone wide. I tell you what, This Caterham stuff is tiring, but I'll bear him down. I'm a Motul 24-hour driver. You won't kill me, Woodman. You can keep going for as long as you want.
It's safe to say that driving a Caterham is one of the most fun experiences you'll ever have in a car. It's not about horsepower, money or luxury. There's just such a basic charm and a real thrill to being behind the wheel of one. So much so, I don't think either of us are quite ready to call it a day just yet.
Everybody, how you doing?
Good.
How's your day?
Good.
Scoring goals? Oh.
Hello and welcome back to the Caterham Motorsport season here at Brands Hatch. We have a great afternoon of racing so far. So now we have the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship about to go out into the grid. My name's Sam Parker and I will be joined by Chris Hutchinson in the commentary box, who I shall pass to now for a quick welcome.
Yes, welcome back everyone to this last race of the Caterham action today. We've got plenty more to come tomorrow, but before we get to tomorrow, we have got a 30-minute Caterham 270R race to get in the books. And what a set of races we've had so far. We've had all sorts today, and we've had action and a few incidents out there on track. We've had safety cars, and we've even had a brief red flag to recover some cars. But we are back onto the 270R, and Sam is about ready to talk to Hugo Bush on pole position.
Yes, I'm here with Hugo Bush, who has claimed the pole position. Congratulations, Hugo. I take it qualifying went to plan then?
It did, absolutely. Yeah, thank you very much.
And what's the game plan for this race this afternoon?
Well, 30-minute races is new to us. We've had 2 years of 20 minutes, so a long race, but hopefully stay in the lead and finish there.
Yes, definitely. And how are you finding this car then compared to what you're used to?
It feels like more of a race car, I have to say. Just stiffer, less roll in the body, and yeah, great fun, as any Caterham is.
Well, exactly. Yes, exactly. So, okay, well, congratulations again, and good luck for the race.
Thank you very much.
And hopefully we'll see you on the podium.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hugo. Right, back to you, Chris.
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, Hugo Bush there starting his championship campaign off on the right foot, isn't he, with pole position. He was runner-up in the Roadsport race last year, but taking that step up, as you heard him talking about the upgrades to his car. We've seen some recovery vehicles going out onto track to pick up some errant cars. But yeah, Hugo Bush starting as he means to go on. Yeah, with 270R, so they've got a slight more power than the Roadsport car that they've been used to up until now from the last season. So they've got 135 horsepower to play with. They're still on the Avon ZZS. This year they are allowed team support though, and some drivers choose to have team support. Others choose that they will just continue to run out the paddock with Caterham supporting them. They've got the 5-speed H-pattern gearbox of the other race cars that we we've been watching so far. And as you heard Hugo talking about, a 30-minute race. So the Roadsport races that we saw earlier, 20 minutes. So they have to now get used to that 30-minute race over a race weekend, which makes quite a big difference to the dynamics of the action on track. They look very, very similar, these cars, to the 310R. Outside, there is no discernible difference other than the coloured stickers, but they have got an open diff, whereas the 310R have a little bit extra power and a limited slip diff. These are still 135 horsepower, so there's still plenty of horses underneath your right foot for these cars to control. They've got wider track front suspension, and you'll also, compared to the Roadsport, they lose their windscreen and their lights, so they're no longer road legal in racing form, although it doesn't take too long to strap back on a set of lights and make them legal for the road once more. Welcome to all the spectators here, friends, family, and just Caterham enthusiasts around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit for this event. And you can see the cars have been released out of their assembly area, so they will get lined up in assembly before getting released to the grid. And we'll talk about the main protagonists as we go through. Another large field of drivers, so we're talking about 25 Caterham 7 270R in the Mission Motorsport sponsored series heading out onto the grid. You can see that there's the yellow flag sort of just signifying there are marshals on the grid, and they do need to take care. We've seen this several times already, and a good sight it is to see bumper grids in these official Caterham Motorsport Championship races. Mike Hilton and Paul Vauxhall, I think it's Philip Bianchi coming out to round off this field as they're coming around onto the start-finish line. So Hugo Bush, runner-up in last year's Roadsport Championship, and Taylor O'Flanagan was the winner last week. So I think we've got the start grid which we can run through now. So as we said, on pole position, Hugo Bush, runner-up last year. Taylor O'Flanagan, the winner of the Roadsport Series season last year. So Taylor O'Flanagan second, alongside Ryan Errol, a great performance. He's staying in 270R this year. And then in fourth place was Ben Buckley. We've got Anthony Taylor, a returnee, Gwyn Jones, front runner from Roadsport, Chris Ephraimidis in seventh, and Dominic Mansberger, another front runner from last year, at 8th. 9th is Michael Chaplin, Ryan Love at 10th, Ryan Meager 11th, and Bianchi is in 12th. And then we have Ian Harris on 13th and Will Brunt on 14th. On the 8th row we've got Peter Mott, and he's got Kevin Turner alongside. Ian Brown is in 17th, Richard Hall 18th, Andy Lund makes up 19th, and Marcus Seals rounds out the top 20. 21st is Ron Mounsey, James Hall 22nd. We've got Michael Hilton and Simon Arnold on the 12th row of the grid. And then Paul Vokes, you saw just lining up there, is the 25th and final car out there. So another bumper grid of cars to look forward to, having another 30-minute race, so another 30 minutes to cover, whilst it normally means we've got a settle-in period part way through the race. Actually, the 310Rs proved that that's not always the case. A couple of cars at the back there sort of slightly on a different positioning than might be expected, but I think we are pretty much there, ready for the start of the formation lap. So they have still got the lap to get round to, check the conditions, see what's happening. We've got a bit of evening sunshine, making hard to identify cars, but nevertheless the evening sunshine is great to see here at Brands Hatch. We have great weather all day after a sort of icy, frosty start to the day. It's really warmed up, and it's been perfect conditions for these cars. And they're soon to get waved away on their green flag to the lap. Down across this classic view at Brands Hatch Indy, looking down to the exit of Clearways and Clark Curve along the start finish straight. You see the green flag wave, and Hugo Bush will take them away. So Hugo Bush is in the grey and orange machine on the pole position. Taylor O'Flanagan in the yellow machine in second, and then we have Ryan Errol, who will be in a green machine in that third. Ryan Errol must be delighted with third place on the grid today. He has, returning to the 270R grid again for a second season. He was there or thereabouts on occasion last year, and he's definitely showing that he's got the speed back. Ben Buckley is another returnee, so he had a year off at least, and he's stepped back into this 270 grid in his blue machine. Anthony Taylor, he's taken, I think, several years away from Caterham Motorsport, but he kept his car under wraps, and he is now back in, and it's great performance to put it in 5th place. Speaking to him just before the race, I don't think he would have believed that he would have got 5th place out of it. Certainly with this number of drivers, he just didn't know where he sat, and there he is in that aluminium yellow and green sort of classic Caterham Lotus colours there. Gwyn Jones is next up on the grid. Gwyn Jones, he is in the red machine, and again he was firmly in that front group last year. There he is in the 97. However, he was often at the rear of that front grid. He was sort of the Bush, O'Flanagan, and then Gwyn Jones was behind that with Dominic Mansberger in front, and also Tom Cockrell, who we saw doing a fantastic job in the 310R. He's decided to skip the 270s and go straight to the 310 and paid rewards because he got that 2nd place earlier today. But there is Hugo Bush in that grey and red or grey and orange machine, Taylor Flanagan in the yellow machine, Ryan Errol in that green, and then Ben Buckley in the blue. So as the light does start to fall away today, that's going to be maybe hard to see, but we'll try our best to work out who is who and where is where. So the last few cars just coming through Clark Curve to take their position on the start line. Then we will have that 5-second board, we will get the red lights on, and we will get underway for the season with the 270Rs, their first race of 2. So everyone that we watched today, treated to some great racing today, they'll be back and doing more of the same tomorrow, so do keep an eye out for that. See the last few rows just forming up now. Yep. So you can see the ambulance as well also tails around. I think the green flag should have flown already. The cars are there, so we're going to look out for that start. Expecting that the red lights are on, and we will look to see who gets the best start from this grid. 270R race about to get underway, and it's Tyrone Flanagan who gets the better start away from Hugo Bush. Ryan Errol manages to defend from Ben Buckley in that 3rd place. Dominic Mansberger there coming up the inside. He was in about 5th place, but he looks like he's going to take 3rd place in that opening thing, so he was slightly off the pace in qualifying, but absolutely determined to make it all work in that first corner, and boy, he did it. He's back up to 3rd place now. Ryan Errol 4th, and then it's the rest of the field, isn't it? All going side by side. A little bit of dust flicked up from the outside of Druids. Very dusty out there, but everyone has so far made it through in one piece. There is a little bit further back. You can see battling around Graham Hill. A little bit of contact right at the end there. I'm wondering whether that was. Yeah, I can't identify at the moment, but there was a bit of contact going through Graham Hill. I'm hoping they'll have made it out there. But out front here, we've got Hugo Bush in that grey and orange machine. Yellow is Taylor Flanagan in 2nd, and then the rest flying on through as they make their way through clearways and back onto the start-finish straight. So as they come across the line, then we'll be able to identify some more of those cars for you. So it is Bush in the lead, O'Flanagan 2nd, Mansberger making it up to 3rd, Bunkley in 4th, Jones, Taylor, Lovett, Chaplin, then Ephraimides, Mott and Harris. And the people that were looking like they'd fallen down, maybe Eels was one of those that looks like he made that contact into Graham Hill, but we also lost the inside wheel arch of 53 already early in this race. That's Chaplin there, lost in his blue machine. Relatively nose to tail and sort of a little bit as you might expect at the beginning of a 30-minute race. There's plenty of time to be moving away, and it's a good sign for Hugo that he's got speed in this new upgraded 270R car. Mission Motorsport sponsored as ever, thanks to all our sponsors. But here's Dominic Mansberger. He's definitely a man on the move in this early part of this race. With so many cars out on track qualifying around Brands Hatch Indy Canby, that's the 79 car spinning around. That's Ryan Meager just having a spin and returning back to the track. But yeah, with this many cars in qualifying around Brands Hatch Indy, there's not a lot of space, and Mansberger maybe didn't make the best of that lap, but he's gone up the inside of Taylor O'Flanagan, and he may well have the inside into Druid. So at the moment that looks like it's going to be I take that back here. So Taylor O'Flanagan uses the blocking of Hugo to go around the outside, and that will turn into the inside of Graham Hill. So another classic Brands Hatch move. Mansberger not willing to give up anything at the moment. He's really on a drive to move forward. Ryan Errol looking to see whether he can pick up the pieces, and there's Ben Buckley in the blue car as well. Behind Buckley we've still got Jones, and then comes the Taylor. Let me just check that he is still in that battle. Yes, there is Taylor in his classic Lotus colours. As they file on through, you can see a little bit of sideways action there, a little bit further back in the field again. Remember, these tyres, the dynamics change as the race goes on, so if he's already getting oversteer, he's going to hope that he might get some understeer a bit later. Mansberger again up the inside, really late on the brakes there inside of O'Flanagan, and makes that move stick in a relatively comfortable way. And he'll even be able to come across and defend the inside into Druids. So he has made that move his own. He is confident on the brakes up into Paddock Hill Bend. But however, O'Flanagan is clearly good on the brakes into Druids because he was able to make a move back. However, it is now the two DPR and Motorsport cars out front, and Taylor O'Flanagan in the number 11 yellow machine. And then we've got Ryan Errol and Ben Buckley still there with Gwyn Jones and Anthony Taylor there or thereabouts as well, still looking to get involved in this battle. Remember, there's a 30-minute race, so again, 310R left it all out there, didn't they? They've had all sorts of action, and the 270s look like they are ready to make it a kind of 10 car for the league battle. So what a fantastic that will be. So we've got Flanagan trying to try and return the favour to Mansberger, going to the outside of paddock this time. Hugo Bush will be looking to do Pete Walters, won't he? And hope that the battles behind they're going to trip each other up, and therefore he may be able to make his move off into the distance. It's by no means settled at the moment, but while these two are still going side by side through pretty much every corner on this track, Hugo looks like he's on for a good one. Mansberger did defer that time round, and that's going to give them the more pace, and therefore they shouldn't lose contact with Hugo right now. But a great start, so pole position and still leading in this early part of the race. Anthony Taylor there drifting back into the clutches of Chaplin there, number 53 dark blue car. Behind Chaplin we've got Ephraimidis, another person who's expect to see up there, and he certainly is performing well. But here is still the battle for the lead. It's Mansberger now slipping to the clutches of Errol, who's got a bit of a transponder issue. So if you're following on live timing, you will see he's dropping down the order every now and again, but that's just because his transponder is being a bit intermittent. He's still in that fourth place with Buckley in fifth, Gwyn Jones, Taylor, and then Chaplin, Ephraimidis. That looks like the Will Brunt car fighting down in currently. Find Brunt, he's in 12th place as he was last time round, and with Harris next to him in the blue car. Brunt did actually have I think he had a podium last year, so he's capable of being at the front, but maybe Brand's not clicking with him just yet in the new 270R with the wider tracks front suspension, drifting the front end of that car, or the rear of that car around as Hugo Bush. See Taylor Flanagan in the carbon creative yellow machine back, pushing the lead of this race as they go across the line once more. He has got the momentum round the outside. We've seen Hugo late on the brakes into paddock, and it looks like he's still going to do that, so he is not willing to give up that position. He does clout that inside curb, which ruins his momentum a little bit, and they are going to go side by side, and Dominic is going to make it 3 wide. Hugo is going to go from first down to third. Taylor Flanagan is out wide, and that means that Dominic Mansberger is going to have moved into the lead of this race with a great opportunistic move. He saw a gap down the inside, and he certainly took it. So Dominic Mansberger now in the lead of this car with his Motul sponsored green and blue machinery. Taylor Flanagan is not done yet, nor is Hugo Bush. Ben Buckley now takes up that fourth place ahead of Ryan Errol, so there's a change behind this lead four. It's a PT Sports car run, a carbon creative car sandwiched between the two DPR Motorsport cars at this stage of the race. Ben Buckley there in an LSP run car. Great to see all these teams. Team support allowed in this 270R championship, whereas it's not allowed at Roadsport. We're going to go 3 wide again. Why not? Into Paddock Hill. It's only 23 minutes to go yet. You'd think it would be the last 5 minutes, but this is Caterham racing for you. Taylor Flanagan again takes that lead away from Dominic Mansberger. Hugh Bush now is settled in that third place. Anthony Taylor defending hard up the inside from Chaplin. Gwyn Jones, Chaplin might go around the outside of him if he gets blocked by Gwyn, but actually it looks like he's going to get away with that one. Late evening sun out, to a glorious day all day today, and more of the same. That is Anthony Taylor, so he has been shuffled down, so he had a bit of an issue up at Druids, which now has pushed him behind 3 or 4 cars. So he did start in 5th place on this grid, so he is drifting back very slightly. You'll see the rest of this field flowing on through. You can see everyone in roughly the same point. There's a couple of stragglers at the back, but that's the 52 we're looking at there, and that's Turner. As we come back to the lead battle, and this is Chaplin now right on the tail of Gwyn Jones, going to the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. He's got his novice cross on there, so he has not yet done 6 car races. So every time you complete a car race, you get a signature, and he clearly hasn't done enough signature racing. So maybe he's new into motorsport, and we saw a couple of new drivers into this 270R last year who hadn't done racing, including Stephen Lyle, who will see tomorrow a couple of times in the 310R races. He was not in today's 310R races, such as the grid size of those. He will be doing 2 races tomorrow. But Chaplin clearly getting to grips with this 270R. Ben Buckley just tucking to sort of deter the move up into Surtees here. This is a pretty much flat out left-hander, maybe a confidence lift or a front end lift to make sure that it sticks into the inside of the corner, but pretty much flat out, as they then have to knock the speed off around clearways and head off down the start-finish straight once more. So he's properly in the toe of Buckley. He's got a nice run up. He's going to have some momentum and extra speed than Buckley. You can see the toe working there. Pulls out to the outside, but he hasn't got the momentum, so he will have to just stick there and wait for Ben Buckley to head off around the corner. Out front, meanwhile, Flanagan is currently headed in front of Dominic Mansberger, and then we have third place for Bush still. So whilst those positions are currently the same as they were last time we saw, it doesn't mean they didn't change them 4 times since we've been watching this 4th place battle. And there is Buckley still ahead of Chaplin. Buckley, like I say, is a returning driver. He had a bit of time off, but he's back in the 270R and clearly lost none of his speed. I think he was a champion at Academy. I could be wrong, but he certainly was up there or thereabouts in his earlier steps of the ladder. So great to see him back racing again. Hugo Bush now pestering the rear panel of Dominic. He's waving there. You saw some hand signals. That happens regularly in Caterham's. And Dominic working with Hugo Bush. They're both part of DPR Motorsport, and maybe telling him, you go after him and we'll work together to make sure he doesn't disappear off down the road. We've seen O'Flanagan do that. These 3 drivers have been absolutely stuck together throughout their road sport season, and now it looks like they're ready to go at it again into their 270R racing. Mansberger in the Motul-sponsored Roadsport Caterham 270R. Hugo Bush ahead of him, his grey and orange machine there between 2. So they've got plenty of experience racing next to each other. That's one of the things about this Caterham ladder. You get they all tend to start in the academy together, and then they'll go rise up through the ranks of Caterham Motorsport as one big unit. You get occasional drivers coming in to join them, and some that drift away or stay in stay at this level for a little bit. But nevertheless, they get to know each other's driving incredibly well, and which is why you see them running so close and racing so hard with each other, and know exactly the strengths and weaknesses and how they can perform against them. But the 270R is definitely a step up for them. You get another kind of 2 seconds in lap speed, the extra stiff suspension and the bit of nose cone there going off, and that looks like it's from Chaplin. So I wonder whether Chaplin had a bit of nibble of Ben Buckley's rear panel, and that has now put his nose cone into the Paddock Hill gravel trap. I think that's going to be okay. Brunt here having a fight with the number 2 of that's Lund he's having a fight with, and I think in front of him is probably Brunt maybe, Brown maybe, but they could have all changed since we last went across the line, so we'll keep an eye out for that. That's the number 2 car, so that is actually Lund, yeah. So Lund Brunt fighting out for what is currently 16th place in this grid. Again, battles up and down this field. See Andy Williams blazing to the side of his car, and the 52 is there. That's Turner in the white car. Mission on the back of the Brunt car as they head off around and across the line. This looks like the Harris car. It is indeed the number 9 of Harris. It's Chris Harris. A little bit of gravel dirt tracking there for that's Chris Efremides, and he's now just ahead of Anthony Taylor, who has slipped at this stage down to 9th place. So he's not having the sort of best race, but he was right back into the cauldron after having a couple of years off at least, if not more. But currently it's Taylor and Flanagan back in charge of this race, but now it is Hugo Bush in that 2nd place. So there has been a reversal there, and you've got Chaplin, who's made his way nicely through from 9th on the grid. He is now the man on the move up to that 4th place currently, and without the nose cone you can see his bonnet flapping away there. It's like a bit of it's a bit of a parachute. That let's say the best of times the Caterhams aren't particularly aerodynamic, but it leads to fantastic racing, and as long as he stays tucked in that slipstream, you'd be right. Hugo Bush looking around to see whether he's got any move to go around the outside, but he hasn't. But that does leave Dominic Mansberger to close right back up again. So this front 5 are now as one once more. Ben Buckley hanging on there whilst Chaplin lost his nose cone. We'll see whether at some point if there's any rear end damage. Chaplin looking up the inside now of Dominic Mansberger. He got a much better run out there, and he was able to tuck the car on the inside. Pretty uncomfortable to go side by side through that. You can see as tight as you like, but Mansberger took his line, and Chaplin had to defer to him in that time round. That's the kind of move later on in the race. We're still not halfway yet. You might see a bit more battling and a bit more less capitulation at that point. But this top 5 look like they're kind of away from the second battle. Now Mansberger, from having to put the defensive elbows out, he is now right back attacking Hugo Bush for that second place. This is typical Caterham action round this Brands Hatch Indy circuit. The gaps develop, and you're one lap you're defending, the next you're attacking, and sometimes the best form of defence is attack around here. If you're not on the attack, then you can often be shuffling back through the order. But we are approaching that halfway, but we are not there yet. So all the action that we've had so far, we've got more of the same. 9thApril is still in that 6th place currently, and then Lovett in 7th. Ephraimidis is behind him. So the battle is Hugo Bush up the inside, drifting nicely without the limited slip diff. He's not letting that deter him. He's still drifting this car with the upgraded suspension. It does allow that bit more car balance and car control to come into that. We're now going to have 4 wide, I think, going into Paddock Hill Bend. Hold your breath, see who comes out on top. Well, it's not going to be Hugo Bush drop to 3rd, but Taylor Flanagan is going to come back out on top. Oh, there's a little bit of contact there. Mansberger had extra speed through the middle of the corner, didn't know what to do with it. He actually made contact with Taylor Flanagan, and 9thApril dropping off wide on the background. Chaplin now up the inside of Mansberger. He's going to return that favour. He does put his elbows out, puts Mansberger out onto the grass coming down. So that was almost a return for the elbows that were shown to him round 30. So it's certainly robust driving going on. Probably on the edge of what we want to see, really, but nevertheless, they are all still facing in the right direction. Now Mansberger is still ahead of Errol, but having to defend that position. We've seen Chaplin now up into that 3rd place. Ben Buckley in at 4th. So Taylor Flanagan still out in front, though. The champion from last year's Roadsport taking the step up and currently heading this field. There's Harris, and Harris is fighting with Hall, and then Brown, and then pretty much the rest of the field all nose to tail in this battle a bit further back. So Harris last time through was following from Mott, so we'll see over the line this time if that order is still the same. Yep, currently it is still Mott, Harris, Hall, Brown, Brunt, Lund and Turner for this incredible midfield battle. So whilst we've been watching that front battle and seeing all those shenanigans, as we like to say, happening, we've got this epic battle. Harris diving up the inside there with a little bit of a late move on that sort of paint scheme of the car in front of him. So that's Mott in the... We'll have to look at this design at some point. It looks very colourful anyway. The number 15 just a bit loose around there. That's Brown sort of slightly out of line. Brunt, that means he's going to take a run up the inside, and Lund's going to be in there to try and take that move as well. So he is changing every single corner, every single lap, all the way throughout the field. And here is that battle for the lead once more. Hugo Bush right alongside Taylor Flanagan as they head into paddock again. And then we've got Chaplin, who's lost his nose cone and he's lost his rear wing. Is he going to have any parts of his car left by the time we get to the end of this race? But he is fully inserting himself. He might be able to go down the inside of O'Flanagan if he gets blocked by Hugo Bush, but he does the outside run and actually has a good run around the outside. Amazing move by O'Flanagan to hold it on the dusty part of that track around the outside of Hugo Bush. And then we're going to have Chaplin in that 3rd place and Buckley still sitting there watching them, waiting to pick up all the pieces. Mansberger's nearly across to him though, isn't he? He's cut back across that gap. Taylor O'Flanagan a bit slow through Graham Hill on the exit, so he has to defend a little bit as he goes off into Surtees, but this front group is going to be absolutely together. We are past the halfway mark in this race, so where we've seen tight action already and even some sort of slightly tighter than tight action, we are going to see a little bit more Hugo Bush having to dive out the slipstream there. The slipstream pulling him so quickly onto the back of the of Taylor O'Flanagan's car that he really needed to jink the car, but he got it all under control. He went around the outside, got the momentum as he goes through paddock, and he should be able to tuck across, although I think there's a little overlap, so O'Flanagan will be back up the inside of him into Druids. Chaplin looking like he's going to try and go around the outside of this time of Taylor O'Flanagan. So can he move from, I think it was 8th place on that grid, now up into the 2nd place? So Flanagan has to let him go. He's a little bit out of control there, but he's got to be careful of his radiator. If he touches that radiator at all, it can easily spring a leak, and that is race over, immediate retirement if that happens. But now we have got this front leading group all the way down to 10th place in Gwyn Jones. So with all the action we've had so far, we've been excited by 8 cars in the lead. Well, the 270Rs have gone one better and they've put 10 cars. This following battle again, absolutely still at it, and that is Brown, and yeah, Brown currently overtaking, I think, London there. So yeah, Will Brunt in the 52 car. There's lost. Oh, sorry, it's not Will Brunt. I'm looking at the wrong car. There's Will Brunt. He has pulled away from the front of that group, and they're following cars. So that is the Hall, Brown, London, Turner battle as they go across the line in that order that time through. Well, breathless stuff here. We've had a fantastic Caterham action all day long so far. Harris still having to defend up into Druids there as well. We've had some fantastic action already, and the 270s are going to close it out in style by the looks of things. Here is that top battle for the top 10, at pretty much nose to tail all the way down to that 10th place. Hugo Busch, though, is the current leader. They're not able to lead more than a couple laps, and it looks like Chaplin is now firmly, again, some little bit of contact there. So again, maybe some of that inexperience in Caterham racing means that he doesn't quite know the length of the car yet. He will get to know it, and seems like we've got a spinner there. That's the number 2 car. And that is Lund. So he was in that battle we were watching, so maybe that battle just overflowed a bit, and more bits of bodywork sort of flying off here to just as bits of the car kind of move away. Another bit of contact from Chaplin is a little bit, that was the front of his car hitting the back end of Hugo Busch, which again, like I say, if that radiator it will only take so much punishment before it'll start giving up, and he will be linking a fluid out of that water, and that will be the end of his race. So far, though, he's still in it. Quite robust racing going on, but Ben Buckley is now through into that 3rd place. There's Mansberger, not far behind Chaplin, and then we've got our Ryan Errol behind him. So this battle looks set to go for the whole race. So Chaplin looking up the inside of Clark Curve. He is up the inside of Ben Buckley. Got a bit of an overrun, but that means that Dominic Mansberger's got a perfect little run around the outside. He's going to make up 1 place, potentially 2, although Chaplin is not willing to give it up. Ben Buckley ended up being the sandwich in that and had to ease off, but that actually was the sensible move, because he is going to get that place back. So all things even as we come up into Druids again. Chaplin defending now from Buckley, and then Dominic Mansberger, Ryan Errol, and then it looks like it's Ephraim Eders and Lovett are the other 2 cars. So Lovett coming well up through the field there. Got a great, so that is one of the, you can see his nose cone dislodged. That was one of the midfield battle we were watching. We'll see who goes tumbling down. I think that might have been the Kevin Turner car. But we'll see if Hugo's tumbling down the timesheets as Hugo Busch demonstrates the beautiful drift around this Clearways bend. Sometimes it's good to get that drift on. It gets the front end of the car turned around, and you can get on the accelerator quicker then. And certainly these 2, Hugo Busch and Taylor Flanagan, have now moved away from that fierce battle for this 3rd place, with Chaplin, then Ben Buckley, then Dominic Mansberger in that 5th place. But whilst those have been tripping up each other and going side by side, it has meant that the lead 2 have broken away. 9 minutes of this race, still plenty of time to pull that back, and we've seen gaps come and go through this race already. But Busch will be pretty happy to look in his mirrors and see that gap developing, and it's big enough that he could well work with Taylor Flanagan to sort of force the issue and make sure they do stay away by not battling for a bit. If he's got raw pace, he will be able to pull away. You can still see the green flag there on the exit of Graham Hill, so there will still be a yellow flag through the middle of that corner until they decide that everyone's had an opportunity to see that car up on the bank, and therefore they can remove that yellow. They come around again. The start of a new lap, and Chaplin then is slowly disintegrating Caterham, with Ben Buckley following on, and then Dominic Mansberger. It does look like they have a bit of a truce in this battle for 3rd, and we'll watch that gap to the lead and see whether it comes down. Currently Chaplin has got the fastest lap of this race. Remember, that's another point that you get for that. He's dipped into the 53s with a 53.968, only just quicker though than Hugo Busch on the lap before. He was a 53.977, so Hugo Busch out in clean air for that lap. Clearly got some good pace in that car there. Taylor Flanagan in 2nd, and Chaplin does look like he's coming across. I think that Ben Buckley nose cone might also be slightly loose. We'll keep an eye on it. It certainly seems to be nodding in a different direction to the rest of the car, so hopefully that's going to hang on in there. But there is the Ben Buckley LFP run car there. He heads around Clark Curve, following in that slipstream. So that little truce by all these cars to see whether the gaps can close back up. It is their best chance of getting back up to this lead group, especially when the lead group are going side by side. That won't have gone unnoticed, so Hugo Busch having to defend that time from Taylor Flanagan. So if there was an agreement for a couple of laps, that's now out the window, and they are off and racing again. EPR Motorsport car currently leading the way. Chaplin does look like he's brought that gap down, doesn't he? He's there were 7/10 of back, but it looks like they're pretty much going to be nose to tail as we head off around again. So here is that Brunt and Jones and Mott battle out in, and Harris in fact has gone into that battle, so Harris has slipped behind these two, I think. He was ahead of them at one point, and you can see he's got flapping bodywork, as that's the Mott car just a little bit out of sorts going around there. I wonder again, we talked about that radiator and maybe had of Chaplin's car and whether it could potentially have leaked any liquid onto the track, and a sure sign of that is when cars struggle to make the apexes. It could just be a slight outbraking manoeuvre, but you can see the rear mudguard of that car sort of detached itself from its mountings and is just hanging there. They're designed to ping off in the event of an accident. It does mean that sometimes they cling on in there, but there's the O'Flanagan gap was half a second back to Chaplin on the previous lap from second to third, but it's completely disappeared now, and Hugo Busch off in the lead, but it's all come back together with that 6 minutes to go, so that truce from the cars behind has let them all catch back up again. There's some intelligent racing there by some of those following cars to get back to this lead group. It was looking like a threatening gap at one point. The gap was opening up, but the wiser heads have prevailed, and they are now all back together running nose to tail. Taylor O'Flanagan will be trying harder now than ever to get back in front of Hugo Busch, and he does that. He squeezes him a little bit to the inside, but Hugo Busch not willing to give that up. They do go side by side. Taylor O'Flanagan a little bit wide out there, and so he will lose some momentum. Chaplin now right back in that battle again and willing to get his elbows out once more. Hugo Busch, though, will want to keep Taylor O'Flanagan there to be his rear gunner. He wants someone else to have to take that pressure away from him, and he can just drive his own race then. That's his best opportunity to win this race right now. In the Caterhams, even if you come out of the last corner in first place around this Brands Hatch Indies track, there is enough time for the following car to get through and still overtake for that lead. We saw that last year at this very track, and Stephen Lyle lost out to Carl Jones. We can see those two Jones already in the 310, but last year Carl Jones denied Stephen Lyle his first race win using that manoeuvre. And so it'll be interesting to see Taylor O'Flanagan whether he is passed by the time they get to the line. So that time round he wasn't passed as they went over the line. So if he wants to make that run, he needs to be closer than that as they come off of the final bend. They're going side by side again, Hugo Busch and Taylor O'Flanagan through the Paddock Hill bend. Hugo up the inside though. Round the outside, he's done it before, hasn't he? He's got that momentum. He's able to use that wider line, and the outside of Druids becomes the inside of Graham Hill. He has made that move stick twice, and that is not an easy thing to do without another car to act as interference. So O'Flanagan clearly quick round there, and Hugo Busch was slow off the corner. Chaplin will have a lot of speed. That's Harris' car going. He went off into the gravel. He's got an uncomfortable ride on the way up to Druids. Hopefully everyone will miss him. He does a little bit of oversteer, and he managed to get that all back under control. I'm sure the whites of his eyes were showing as he was bouncing up the grass into Druids that time through. O'Flanagan, what a move around the outside of Druids just before we cut away to that action. Hugo Busch having to defend to the inside. He wants Chaplin to go to the inside. Chaplin having to stay in that toe. That bonnet will be acting as a parachute, slowing him down. So he will want to go to the he will want to be in that slipstream until the end, and he might well have to save his moves until the end of this race, because he will be relying on the other cars in front of him to make a hole in that. We've got some cars slow round Druids. The back markers coming into effect. That's Hilton as one of those cars, and Ben Buckley getting a bit balked on the outside of Graham Hill Bend that time through. It's a tricky situation for those back markers as well as the leaders to work out where everyone's going to go, but that is Mike Hilton there in his blue machine being lapped at this point. He's currently in 22nd place. And out front, the opposite end of the grid, is Taylor O'Flanagan in the yellow machine, followed by Hugo Busch, rarely out that top two, but we've got Chaplin who's made his way up from that 9th place on the grid to be in that 3rd place. He's missing several parts of his car as he's had earlier battles with other drivers. It's Dominic Mansberger who is now in that 4th place, so he's gone up a place above Ben Buckley. And where is Buckley? There's probably had a side-by-side moment with Busch. Buckley had that rear wing that he sort of is clinging on in there. Who is going to take this first race then for the 270R Championship here, race 1 at Brands Hatch? The last Caterham action we got today, but we've got all of this to do again and more tomorrow. So yeah, hold your hats, but we've got 3 minutes of this race left to go today, and as we've seen already, there's plenty can happen in that final 3 minutes of these Caterham races. Hugo Busch, close as you like this time. So keep an eye out to see whether he can slipstream and overtake Taylor O'Flanagan by the time we get to the line. This is all information position they need to be able to finish this race in the best chance. So he's going to pull out of the slipstream and see whether the front of his car is ahead by the time they get to the line. It was ever so close. I think he was just off that, but it's close enough, isn't it? It shows how quickly that toe can come into effect. Around the outside, though, around Paddock Hill Bend, Taylor Flanagan is not going to give up, though. He's going to shove it up the inside. He doesn't have it. Hugo Bush has the overlap. He's able to protect, and Chaplin now can come flying around the outside. This will mean that Chaplin's got the best chance to be in second position he's had for a while. He looks like he's going to make it stick down the inside of Graham. They're going to go side by side, and Hugo Bush is going to be laughing about that. It'll be exactly what he wants to see. He should get a good run off of this bend. And then Dominic Mansberger now wants to have a go at Taylor Flanagan. Flanagan was in the lead a couple of corners ago. He is now in third place and under threat from fourth and fifth, and Ben Buckley is still right in there, right in the action in that fifth place in the blue car. But Hugo Bush, you can see the advantage he took into that lap. It might protect him one more lap, but I think it will be, that gap will have disappeared again by the time we get round, unless Taylor Flanagan is going to have another move. But at the moment it seems all stations even as they head off with 1 minute 30 of this race to go. They will have this lap and then one more, so they're on the penultimate lap of this Caterham 270R Mission Motorsport sponsored race. Chaplin looking around the outside. I said that gap wouldn't last. It didn't. Chaplin looking to the outside. Has he timed this perfectly? It's quite hard to make up more than one place around Brands Hatch Indy on one lap, and he's made up that place on the last time through. Has he timed this absolutely to perfection? Taylor Flanagan certainly won't want to let him get away. He's rapid off of Graham Hill Bend. He always has extra speed coming around that bend, but Hugo Bush managed to defend off Mansberger having to defend from Ben Buckley. Remember, this is a championship race, a championship long season, and they've got 14 races to do, so they won't want to have any issues now. We've seen that from other drivers who will be ruining and licking their wounds tonight before racing tomorrow again. Hugo Bush coming around to start the last lap in the lead, though. You can see the last lap board being presented to the drivers. Whether they've got a chance to see it, I don't know, but they'll likely have clocks on their dashboard to tell them. Hugo Bush manages to protect up the inside of Paddock that time through. Flanagan went around the outside, but Chaplin's got the overlap coming into Drews. That might protect Hugo for a corner whilst Taylor Flanagan works out. Can he make the outside line work? He can't this time, and he has now got Chaplin up the inside of him. So Flanagan back down to third after threatening for second. Hugo Bush will be enjoying that. It means he gets a little bit of respite. However, this is where we've seen Chaplin fast out of Graham Hill Bend. Has he got any momentum? Can he do anything? Hugo Bush protecting up the inside. They're not going to be able to do anything to him into Surtees, so therefore we are going to get into Clearways. There's one last dive opportunity up the inside of Clearways. I'm sure Hugo will cover that off. That will slow him on the exit, though, so there is an opportunity for Chaplin to try and get him drafting off onto the line. So he's right in the slipstream now. He might almost be too close. He's pushing Hugo as he go down the start-finish straight. Has he got enough time to jink out? He's jinking out to the side. Hugo Bush looks like he's going to make it. It's going to be ever so close across the line, but it says on the timing screen that Chaplin got it. I'm not certain about that. It looked like Hugo might have come across, but the timing screen is saying Chaplin got that by 13,000ths of a second over the top of Bush. O'Flanagan in third, Mansberger fourth, Buckley fifth, Ephraimidis sixth, Ryan Errol seventh, Lovett eighth, ninth Taylor, and then 10th was Jones, and then waiting for Brunt to come across the line. We will have to maybe wait for the cameras to confirm that, but certainly on the timing screens right now, that is saying that Chaplin came out and just took it absolutely on the line there by 13/1000th of a second. Oh, it didn't look like there was enough space to make that pass, but I'm sure they'll be checking the finish line camera. They generally have one in Caterham Racing for that very reason, as we're just watching Arnold and Vokes cross the line there, and Harris. Harris is actually slipping down the order a bit, but Lund has now crossed the line as well. So what an opening for Hugo Bush and Chaplin there to come from 9th place on the grid up into that what says on the timer screen as first place right now. But yes, what an epic race. I don't suppose they'll know quite who came out on top there. But yeah, they'll be told once they come back into the pit lane, no doubt. But O'Flanagan definitely third. Mansberger was in 4th place, so from a bit further down on the grid, he is going to be in 4th. Buckley 5th, Ephraimidis in 6th, and Ryan Errol in 7th. What an end to our Caterham Motorsport action. Let's have confirmation. So, confirmation of the result. Michael Chaplin has won his, I think, debut in Caterham Motorsport. What a fantastic race over the top of Hugo Bush in 2nd place, Taylor O'Flanagan 3rd, Dominic Mansberger in 4th, Ben Buckley 5th, Chris Ephraimidis 6th, Ryan Errol 7th, Ryan Lovett is 8th, Anthony Taylor is 9th, and 10th is Gwyn Jones. I'm hearing that's not yet confirmed, but we will go with it for now. Peter Mott is 11th, Will Brunt 12th, Philip Bianchi 13th, James Hall 14th, Ryan Meager 15th, Simon Arnold is 16th, Paul Vokes, Ian Brown, Andy Lund and Ian Harris round out the top 20. And then the 21st, Marcus Eels, Mike Hilton, Kevin Turner and Richard Hall was one that Turner and Hall didn't make it to the end of that race. So there were a couple of the victims that we had out there on track. Going to see if we can get a replay of those cars over that line. We'll see what we can do on that to see whether we can play back. But what a, nevertheless, regardless of the result, and there's only, you know, there's thousandths of a second in it. What an opening event for the 270R races here at Brands Hatch Indy. You've got another race with them tomorrow. In fact, everyone that you've watched today is going to have another chance out on track. But here comes the run to the line and the replay of Hugo Busch. And just look for that white line. And it might well, yeah, his car may well have been that little tiny bit ahead. He hasn't got the nose cone on, but that doesn't change the position of the transponder. And yes, I think that was 13/1000th of a second. Looks like he did overhaul him. Keep that in mind for the racing tomorrow. But yes, that does, that is all the action from today. But nevertheless, we have got all of the cars you've seen out in action today. So we've got 2 races tomorrow from the Caterham 7 UK Championship cars. We've got Roadsport out on track again tomorrow, so the second of their 20-minute races. And then we've got the remaining 310R grid, so we haven't seen all the 310R drivers yet. So we've got Group A and C tomorrow, as well as Group B and C in the 310R, so there's plenty of good action to come from them. The 270R race, we've just seen that fantastic race, so they will have another 30 minutes, and then the 7 UK race will also be out back for their 2 races, 2 20-minute races. Thanks ever so much to all the marshals out on track today. As ever, all the efforts there that allow us to go motor racing, to all the sponsors that cover off all the races for us and allow us to basically, we've had a fantastic day. Thank you to everyone who makes this happen. And don't forget, make sure you do tune in tomorrow. We've got all the action. It's starting at 10:25 tomorrow morning for the first race, and we go all the way through till the last race, which starts at 5 in the afternoon. Tune in, make sure you get joined in, and we will see you then.
There's a real allure to the idea of being a racing driver. On the what do I want to be when I grow up list, it's right up there with astronaut. It's associated with excitement, glamour and expense.
The thing is, you don't need all this fancy stuff to show off the Academy car. It's proper grassroots racing, but it's also probably the most affordable, cost-effective racing that money can buy for a proper racing series. And believe it or not, we've had this for 2 months now. Before we go any further, I wanted to have a deeper dive into the car and tell you what you need to participate in the Caterham Academy series. But first up, a quick history lesson.
In 1957, English automotive design engineer and inventor Colin Chapman built a lively little 2-seater sports car. He wanted owners to be able to experience the pride of building their own cars and then take it on track, and came up with the mantra, simplify, then add lightness. And the 7 was born. Over 60 years later, Caterham still adheres to the original philosophy and turns out variants of the 7 with a lineup of models that range in power from 127 horsepower to 314 horsepower.